Welcome everyone here to the Powell Panthers Stadium, as it is a little bit snowy here in Powell, and so I'm going to keep the window closed. My name's Shawn O'Brate, your WyoToday sports director, here with... Oh, I got my own voice here echoing. I got to try and fix that really fast as the starting lineup's about to be announced. I was going to come in just a little bit earlier, but the girls practicing and everything had to get some interviews there on the side. We will be talking to Blue Blackburn after this game, win or lose, as the Lady Panthers take on the Lady Tigers. And the Lady Tigers coming off a win on Saturday against the same team, 3-2. It was a good game as Mason Morton, Annabelle Knockhazel, and Anna Nielsen all had a goal in that one game. They lost 4-0 the day before against Cody. As we have a national anthem sung here by a Powell student, I will stand and join here. Beautiful rendition there done by a Powell student. Good job.
Thank you.
And we're going to get a starting lineup here. Our Sutherland starting lineup going to be brought to you by, obviously, Sutherland's Home Improvement Store.
Gilly Wheeler.
Gilly Wheeler. There are a few names that we're missing as I'm just trying to set up the post here. There we go. So, for starting lineups, as the Powell Panthers, Powell Lady Panthers, are going to start number 2, a senior, Jordan Dearcorn, number 11, Aubrey Fisher. Number 5, Aubrey Fisher. She's a junior. That's number 11. Number 6, McKenna Cannon. That's a sophomore. Another sophomore, number 7, Emily Orr. Junior, Mary Chopa. Freshman, Coy Erickson. She had her way with Lander on Saturday. We'll see what the coach gets and the girls do to try and defend her a little better. And then junior Mackenzie Fields, freshman Patricia Christensen, sophomore Sammy Rivas, senior Sammy Rivas, senior Eliza Tyler, and freshman Ivy Aggie, who also had a heck of a day. I believe she scored both goals against Lander on Saturday. And for Lander, you have a similar lineup. You got Aislinn Donahue in the goal. You got number 5, Tinley Reisig. Number 10, Gilly Wheeler getting the start. Number 9, Anna Nielsen. Number 12, Mason Morton. Back from her red card penalty there, Annabelle Knockhazel, the senior. Sophomore, Addie Weston. Junior, Ella Stanbury. Senior, Delaney Sullivan. Freshman, Georgia Chance. And freshman, Kennedy Bernard getting the start today. It looks like over... I'm trying to see who might be starting, who doesn't. Oh, Allie Atnip. Allie Atnip not here, and I'm not understanding why. I did not get a reason, as the team's going to start off here with some fist bumps. And that is our Sutherland starting lineup for everything you need, whether you're improving your home, your shed, or just trying to build something out of some tools. You can get everything you need at Sutherland's Home Improvement Store in Riverton. We're going to do a quick Lander Journal keys to the game. We saw it without Annabelle Knockhazel on Tuesday. It's difficult for this team to get a lot done in the middle, whether it's defending or offensive. So they're going to have to really utilize Annabelle Knockhazel. Delaney Sullivan said it best. You don't recognize how much you miss someone until you're not playing with them on the field. So they're going to have to get a lot out of Annabelle Knockhazel. And if they want to sweep Powell in less than a week with a win on last Saturday, 3-2, and a win today, they're going to have to get Annabelle Knockhazel included in the defense and the offense. And as for Powell, defending-wise, they're going to have to defend against a couple people, Delaney Sullivan being the main one. But Addie Weston has shown she has speed. Anna Nielsen scored a goal against him. So did Knockhazel and Mason Morton off the penalty kick. As we are now ready to go, we're going to get the Powell clock here. We're going to make sure it starts right on time as we are about to watch Powell get the ball first. The whistle has been blown, and here we go. Powell quickly moving into the middle third. We're going to have to set up a little differently up here. Powell moving, and they're moving quickly. Lander in their white jerseys, green numbers, white jerseys. Powell rocking black jerseys with orange numbers, and it's going to be a battle of two teams that know each other pretty well after that skirmish they had on Saturday. They had quite a bit of good offense by both teams as number 13, Annabelle Knockhazel, almost loses it out of bounds. And I got a windowsill right in my way, so we're going to be kind of moving back and forth here with the camera as I don't think I can get the corner. No, I cannot. So if we need any corner kicks, we're going to have to just go based off my voice as we are still stuck in the snow. The snow just subsided as we started the game, so thank goodness it was blowing snow sideways out here, and you can kind of see it in the backdrop before you hit the mountains. That's all rain and snow out there. That's what we drove through to get here, as Powell still controlling the middle third, and they try and get it past Delaney Sullivan. Now they're going up against Knockhazel and Weston. Weston steals it and gets it to Sullivan. Sullivan moving up the far side touchline. She has to stop and try and move around, and I didn't see what happened. But it's going to be a whistle against Lander, so Powell's going to get the ball here. Everyone dressed to the weather here. A lot of long sleeves, gloves. Hard to tell the numbers here for some of these. That's number 9. I know that. That's Mary Shopa. She gets around one player, and now she's moving. She passes it to the middle, and Aislinn Donahue slid in front of it and couldn't get to it, but now Powell, luckily, Mason Morton was there to play some defense as there was no one in the goal. That was a dangerous move by Aislinn Donahue. Aislinn coming off her worst game of the season, allowing 6 goals to a thriving team on Tuesday. As I'm trying to remember just who we played. Tuesday was Green River, that's right. They let Green River score 6 goals. It was really just one girl, freshman Isabel Vasco, that really just had herself a day. She had 5 goals for Green River, and that tied the amount of goals that Lander had. So Lander lost 6-5 on Tuesday, and I wonder if that puts any fire underneath them as the crossing pass stolen away nicely by Georgia Chance. And Georgia Chance moving up the field with it now. She passes it long for Weston. A little bit too long, it looks like, as they're going to steal it here. Number 7 did, Emily Orr. She kicks it up, and Georgia Chance gets it back in the middle third. And the low, soft kick eventually taken away by Gilly Wheeler and kicked back to Weston. 37:08 to go here. Almost 3 minutes in, there hasn't been a lot of offense here by Lander, as now Nielsen tries to move forward with it, gets it stolen away. And stolen away by number 10, that's Coy Erickson. That's the girl they got to watch. Now a long pass gets picked up by Mason Morton right at the edge of the middle third, and she has a nice look to Ella Stanbury. Stanbury missed it, though, and then it keeps going now. Ooh, Delaney Sullivan had a chance as Powell kicks it towards the near side touchline. Gotten here by Shopa. Shopa right to Georgia Chance. She crosses over to Nielsen in the center circle, who crosses it nicely to Knockhazel. Knockhazel, it looks like she's still wearing a wrap on that hand. And the ball, long shot, and it goes, through her hands right out the right side of the back of the goal. We're really not having a good time here with the window. Don't like that sound either. So this corner kick, we're just going to get the inside of it here. Moving it down. We're going to get Annabelle Knockhazel kicking it. and she's going to kick it directly at this goal right to the right, and it's going to go into the back of the right side. The wind may have taken that a little bit as it is moving from left to right here. It's got to be 35-50 to go as this kick coming. And you'll notice Powell does not have any paint on the inside of their end zone. I don't know if they typically do during football or not, but I'm not able to tell you exactly where they're kicking from like I like to. Like the A from Lander or the G from Tigers as Tinley Reisig throws it in directly to Stanbury. Nice pass right short to Georgia Chance, and then it goes kicked out of bounds. Coach Getz saying that's definitely our ball, and they don't wait, and it's not their ball. It's going to be the Lady Panthers with possession here. Nice of Stanbury to try and throw it in beforehand. Coach Getz down there, you could tell he's a little bit cold. He's bundled up, trying to keep his hands together. Almost stolen off the inbound pass by by Georgia Chance. Now, Powell moving past, and they're going to get it all the way down to Shopa, and Shopa doesn't let it get it in time. It goes out of bounds. Tinley Reisig throws it in to Stanbury again, and Stanbury, man, she just had it under her foot and kicked it the wrong way. And the little boy coming up to help as number 16, Eliza Tyler. She's going to throw it in right to Jordan Dearcorn. Dearcorn, a senior. She is a dangerous senior as well. She had an opportunity in the game against Lander, one of the most open opportunities they had, as the ball gets stolen away by Weston in the attacking third. She moves all the way down towards the corner. She stops, tries to get across, and it does not work out. She gets it stolen away, but not before Knockhazel gets it right back. She crosses nicely to Chance. Chance moves to her right and kicks it a little bit too far for herself. It's going to go out of bounds. Lander going to get this ball. It's going to be Reisig throwing it in from right around the 20-yard line. 6 minutes into this game. And you might be able to hear nothing in between my voice. That's because for the first time, we don't have any outside noise thanks to the window here. Georgia Chance tries to get it past 3 different players. Can't. Moves it off to Stanbury. Stanbury's shot goes off the head of Ivy Aggie. It's going to go out of bounds. Last touched, I believe, by either Tyler or Aggie. Either way, this is Lander ball. I'm going to go as far as I can with the windows here. Reisig throws it in to Nielsen. Nielsen corrals it with the left foot. She kicks it too far for Delaney Sullivan. I don't think Sullivan was even moving. She was waiting for a pass directly to her. Now over to Mackenzie Fields on the far side. She just kicks it right out of bounds on accident. It's going to be Reisig again throwing it in. She gets everywhere on this field. Weston, a nice steal off the side, and now it just goes out of bounds. So far, some sloppy passes by both teams leading to no real offense. Remember, by this time against Green River, with 7 minutes in, I believe it was already 2-0 in favor of Lander. Might have been 2-1 as Green River ended up getting back up fast. They went up 3-2 in a hurry. As now Powell moving with motion all the way down to the right side, touchline, and it's going to go out of bounds. They had a full head of steam on that one, and they didn't have anyone to cross to. There was only one player really left over there. As Lander gets it back off the inbound pass, it's going to go deep, and hugging that touchline, waiting for it, is Powell. Definitely some fans starting to show up now. Powell getting out of school right about now as well, so it's going to be a lot more fans showing up with orange and white. A couple fans, parents, made it all the way out here to Powell, as you can see on the far side bleachers. It's cold out there. If you're looking on our WyoToday YouTube page and you're wondering what the weather's like, it just stopped snowing. Very windy, very brisk, and the cold when it hits your face. I mean, we thought winter was over, especially out in Riverton where we had a couple 70-degree days. It looks like we're going to get some snow tonight, though, so we're going to have to try and make it back in time as Stanbury has to chase this down, kicks it off the foot of Eliza Tyler, and now just back and forth. Lander steals it finally. Georgia Chance gets a nice pass, and wow, right into the feet of number 10. Is that number 10? Coy Erickson, yeah, she wasn't even looking for it. It went right into her feet, and she got stopped up. Now she's trying to move around. She gets it up to 19, Ivy Aggie. Aggie with a long lead, and it's going to work here. Number 9, Mary Shopa, has an opportunity. She's going to try and look for it, and she crosses instead back over to Shopa, and then a long kick goes over the field goal post. That would have been a 30-yard field goal, give or take. As we're going to get Mason Morton with 31 minutes to go, kicking this from the inside of the goalie box here. The kick long. Oh, nice save. Nice stop there by Erickson, putting that foot out. And that leads to Panthers moving on the ball into the attacking third. They had to kick it back out a little bit, as Lander still trying to just get into the attacking third as easily as they did on Saturday against the same team. And we got a player down. They're not going to stop the clock here as Ivy Aggie moves with it, moves forward, gets it kicked away. That player is now up, and that's Coy Erickson limping on one leg, and it's going to go out of bounds. And I would imagine that Powell puts someone in. Erickson holding that left thigh. The pass goes directly into Georgia Chance. Chance over, misses it to number 3, is that? I didn't see that. It might have been Nielsen looking like a 9 as a 3 as the ball goes far too long for Delaney, and Delaney's just going to let it go out of bounds. I guess we could get some outside sound. I don't like the sound of my own voice by itself. We'll see what we can do here. Nicely, Lander almost gets the steal, but then they end up getting it right back to Powell. And on that far side touchline, 3 Lander players, including Knockhazel and Weston, just trying to get the ball back and can't. Now they're getting the ball pushed past them. Mason Morton has to stop it and kick it over nicely to Knockhazel. Knockhazel tight-roping that touchline on the far side. Now she moves with it. She moves and she kicks, and it's going to go a little bit too far. And it's not going to go out of bounds until late, and it finally does. The Powell player waiting. I have the microphone set up outside the window. We'll get some fans here from Powell most likely talking for a little bit, but once the goals start happening, we'll actually hear some live comments, I'm sure. So that'll be a fun experience, as we don't really deal with that too much from Lander. We get a lot of outside noise with the window open, but it's not happening here with the rain, as we were actually looking like some sun might come out. The clouds moving one way, and you can hear the wind. I mean, it's just brutal out there, especially with the cold that comes with it, as Lander steals it in the middle third, try and get it over to Weston. Weston can't get to it in time, and now Powell moving with it in the center circle. That's Aggie. She moves past Georgia Chance, freshman on freshman. Now she's going to look for a long cross. Oh, she gets past Gilly Wheeler, takes the shot, and Aislinn Donahue nicely saves it, pushes it out of bounds. And the ball girls and ball boys here, just small children. That's cute, but we will also see if that has any effect on getting the ball back in time, as typically in Lander we have 3 or 4 running around, as we're going to get a corner kick here. The kick high, a little bit too high, and it's going to go off the foot of Coy Erickson, and then it hits the right field goal post. That would have been no good, and banks out, and so we're going to get Lander ball here with 27:30 to go. Again, this Powell team looking to go 1-1 against Lander after losing 3-2. The boys of Powell got away with a win on Saturday. We'll talk more about that in the pregame show for the boys. But boys looking for revenge from Lander, and right now girls looking for revenge. Still tied 0-0. The ball gets past the defensive line. I don't really know what Kennedy Bernard, the freshman, was waiting for there. She had an opportunity. And again, Allie Atnip not playing. So Kennedy Bernard, the freshman, getting the start here. As the ball gets into Nielsen's lap nicely, and a long lead, far too long, and the goalie just going to stop it? No, she's going to let it go out of bounds, and so it'll be a goal kick here. That was a long pass by Nielsen. No one near it. If Delaney Sullivan could have turned on the Jets, maybe she could have caught up with it, running diagonally and stopped it, but there was just no way that that was going to turn into anything offensive there. Powell so far, I think 2 shots on the goal by my calculations. Lander really only 1, as Nielsen nicely stops the ball with her body. Doesn't stop it into a Lander player, though, as Powell gets it right back, and now Bernard. Little triangle pass back and forth between her and Knockhazel and Gilly Wheeler, and now the Powell players, they stop a ball with their body. As Shopa moves towards the touchline, it's going to go out. And they're going to say that's last touch by Powell, I believe. No, that was last touch by Tinley Reisig on the knockout, so it's going to be Erickson who's going to throw this in. I see 4 black jerseys and just a collection of all white jerseys inside the defending third for Lander. And Reisig kicks the ball inside after getting the inbound pass to her, and now Erickson moves around one, tries to pass to another, and gets kicked out nicely by Mason Morton. Oh, and now Sullivan has it in the middle third. She has to get past a couple players by herself, waiting for Weston to open. Weston gets open, but it's too long, the pass by Sullivan. 25-15 to go. And that was a weak kick by the Powell goalkeeper. This is an opportunity here as Weston heads it back to Sullivan. Sullivan, another nice little stop there with the body, it looked like, and she tried to get down on it. I don't know why she didn't just take the kick. And now Knockhazel working defense. She gets the ball. She crosses, and it's just going to go again right into the hands of the goalie. The goalie, a little bit longer kick here. Still, that's not her forte, it looks like, as Georgia Chance takes it, gets near the touchline near side. She keeps it going. I'm going to try and lean the camera here. She crosses, and it goes out the back of the goal box there, and it's going to be Powell ball. Nice press box here in Powell. Just not the window situation, not ideal for cameras watching the whole game. If this were football, I'd be able to move the camera a little bit faster, but it's not. It's soccer. And speaking of fast, Shopa gets all the way down into the attacking third with ease, and now it's going to go almost out of bounds. Shopa's got to save it. She does. Shopa passes over to Dearcorn. Dearcorn back to Erickson. Erickson just going to take a long kick. It's low. It bounced a little bit too hard off the ground. Landers saves it. Now it's with Stanbury. Stanbury's short pass gets kicked further down by a player, and now Delaney Sullivan has it. Sullivan going to cross, and that cross wasn't going anywhere. This is, I don't know if this is turf or grass. It looks more like turf, but the moisture on the grass definitely making smooth transitions a little bit tougher. Seems like it almost hits a bump every time it starts to go a little bit too low to the ground, and Georgia Chance trying to stop it from getting too far into the middle third, and it's actually going to be Reisig that does that. Gets past her, goes to Sullivan. Sullivan, nice pass to Nielsen. Nielsen missed it, gets it back to Sullivan, and it's kicked away, but kicked directly to Chance. So Chance going to have a chance here. What does she do? She tries to kick it towards the goal. Gets blocked out nicely. It looks like by 15. That's Sammy Rivas. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And Rivas kicks the ball out, and it's going to be Reisig that throws this in here. Coach Getz talking to Georgia as Tinley waits even longer and just throws it into Nielsen. And Nielsen turns around. I don't see Sullivan. Sullivan's more or less waiting for a pass to her rather than running towards the ball like she typically does. And Mason Morton, a nice kick into the attacking third. Now Georgia Chance again has it right here at the edge. She's going to get it stolen away by Shopa. Shopa, a nice move past Reisig. Gets her with a lead here for Dearcorn. Dearcorn couldn't really get it in transition, so she moves back with it, and now Lander's going to have it here. Stanbury stops it from going out of bounds, kicks it high, and another high bounce here. It's going to go to Erickson. No, it's going to stay with Stanbury, and now Erickson kicks it away. Aggie, the daughter of the coach, is going to be running up the middle third. She gets it stolen away nicely by Mason Morton. Morton working all by herself on that far side. Tries to pass it up to Weston. Couldn't get it there past number 7, Emily Orr. And now Nielsen again, and Nielsen's pass is going to be long. It's going to go out the back of the goal line again. And I don't know if they're predicting wind or if they're hoping that their players can just turn on the jets, but that's the 5th or 6th very long pass as Precious Bowstring warming up here on the sideline. Looks like she might be ready to come in for her first minutes of the match. 21-15, nearly half this half is gone as Stanbury, a nice steal, but it's going to be kicked away no matter what. Kicked away right to Gilly Wheeler, who gets it to Nielsen. Nielsen, a nice turnaround. She had to get past Aggie, and she couldn't do that. Aggie is a tremendous defender, but she's even better off the ball. She's one of those players you really got to watch out for and plan for. She's fast. She's the Lady Panthers' Delaney Sullivan by far. As the pass gets stolen away by a freshman here, Georgia Chance. Georgia now has it on the near side. She stops up, gets it back to Tinley. Tinley up to Nielsen. Nielsen crosses the center circle halfway line. She kicks it too hard to Sullivan, and Sullivan, I mean, she couldn't do very much with that. It just goes right off her shin and back into Nielsen's area. Is now Aggie going to take just a long shot, and nicely saved by Aislinn Donahue. There was a couple of those on Tuesday that she didn't try and get both hands on, and it ended up bouncing off of her and into the goal. So that is something I'm sure she's worked on the last 3 days. She put that hand up and just, like almost in football on a Hail Mary, you just got to bat it away. Don't try and save it here. Again, you're just going to have to trust me here on the... I'm going to get it going here so it's turn. I know it doesn't look great, but this is how we're going to have to work this. As Aggie going to kick it from the corner. Goes into Donahue's foot. She kicks it out. Still very dangerous right now for Lander. And finally they get the clear out. Didn't see who did that, but very much needed for Lander as they cross the halfway mark. Annabelle Knockhazel now has it. She turns around and tries to turn on the Jets. She can't. She tries to kick it back, and it's stolen away, and it's going to be a shot on goal, and Aislinn going to stop it underneath her knees and pick it up. Donahue working all around the last couple days. Our game in Riverton officially underway. I don't know what was going on there. It was supposed to have a 3 o'clock start time like this game. And a nice pass by Delaney to Stanbury, but Stanbury had stopped running when she saw it went too far for her. I don't know exactly what went through her mind, but she tried to run it down. Lander having trouble getting offense started. They're able to move it into the attacking third, but never really get past them. Whereas we have an offensive idea here by Powell. It's going to be Chopa taking the shot, and she got stopped up nicely by Gilly Wheeler. Oh my goodness, if Gilly Wheeler didn't put the fear into her that she was going to block that from the side, I think she would have taken the shot. And instead, just a little loose kick goes into the feet of Donahue. And smartly done, Gilly Wheeler. Precious Bowstring waiting to come in. Don't know who for. Georgia Chance's shot goes off of a Powell body. No, it just went off her foot very strangely. And Georgia kind of holding on to her knees there. Maybe she's tired. Maybe she's cold. I would be cold too out there. Lander girls just waiting for this ball to be thrown in. They finally do, and Georgia Chance does what she does best and just gets it right back. Kicks it to Tinley Reisig, who kicks it in the back of Deercorn. Oh, and now Reisig going to get pushed over, and ref is shaking it off. He's saying no as Tinley Reisig on the ground. The ref shook his head right at her as they looked towards him, and Tinley Reisig's right leg is in pain. And now the ref that shook it off is going to come up and ask her if she's okay. As he saw her go down, we might have a clock stoppage here shortly. Reisig going to be helped up by Stanbury. Number 30, Abby Dixon, looks like she's coming in. Clock's still running as we approach 17 minutes. And the Precious Bowstring substitution comes in. Ref tells Abby Dixon no. And Georgia Chance comes off. Maybe Tinley told the ref that she can handle this, and either way, that took about a minute off the clock here. 16:40 to go. We're going to get a goal kick. Resume play. Tinley really walking gingerly on that right leg. And Eliza Tyler had an idea with it, but she had to turn around. It's going to be thrown in here by Precious. No, they're going to give it to Tinley. Tinley's right leg, you see her lift it up a little bit gingerly there, and she throws it over the leg of Anna Nielsen, and now it's going to be stolen away by Aggie. Aggie runs past one player and tries to pass to the other. She gets Dearcorn in motion, and Dearcorn in transition is dangerous. She tries to stop, kick it around Mason Moore, and that doesn't work very well as the ball now gets kicked up in the air high. Aggie going to take a shot with the left foot, and it's not going to go. It's going to go out of bounds. Last touch by Lander, so we're going to get another corner kick here. Again, it's going to be Aggie kicking it. Aggie has had some success this year kicking corner kicks. Long over, and it just goes off the knee of, that looks like Chopa. Yes, Mary Chopa, the junior. And so far, I have not had to call Coy Erickson's name that much. I believe in our first game, that was pretty much the only name I was calling was her and Ivy Aggie. Mason Morton's kick high all the way down to the middle third. Gets stopped up by Powell, but right into the waiting arms of Stanbury. Stanbury now has to play defense. Some triangle kicks get past Precious and Ella, and now a long pass downfield. It's going to be picked up nicely by Kennedy Bernard, and she's going to kick it out. Exactly what she's supposed to do, as we are under 15 minutes to go. We are 25 minutes into this game, and we've had 2 shots on goal by Lander, really, and I would say at least 4 by Powell. I haven't been keeping track, but watching Aislinn Donahue have to get the ball, I believe I've seen that about 4 or 5 times. As we're going to get a throw in here. The ball goes directly into Weston. And again, Delaney with her arms on her hips was just kind of waiting for the ball. She wasn't running towards anything as Aggie hits the dirt now. Weston, a cross pass over here to Stanbury in the center circle, who loses it by Erickson. Jinxed that, as I mentioned, I hadn't had to mention her name very much, as Erickson with the right foot kicks it deep and stopped up by Mackenzie Fields nicely for Aggie to have a shot here. Aggie's going to look to cross. The cross is high, and it's past everybody. And Precious Bowstring is going to be smart if she lets that go. Nicely done. And you can hear good hustle by the Powell fans. That was good hustle by Lander to make sure that that did not end up in the goal. They were able to stop up Ivy Aggie on that far side. And the ball, Tinley throws it right at Chopa, who kicks it out. Stolen away by McKenna Cannon. And she looked to unleash that cannon, but it got stopped up by her own teammate, Precious Bowstring, trying to work around 2 players. She kicks it off to Stanbury. Stanbury loses it. And now Reisig, just a nice high pass, perfectly placed for Ella Stanbury, and Stanbury just kicks it out on accident. So far, a pretty tight game. Both teams bending, not breaking on defense. That's why it's still 0-0, as we have 13 minutes left to go in this first half. And the weather a little bit warmer than kickoff. As I said, it was snowing, though. And once those teams entered the field onto the pitch, the snow just went away. They knew that we were going to play soccer today. So glad they didn't cancel it. I know there's always conversation with snow on the road and wind, especially on a 3-hour drive, give or take. There's always an idea about canceling it. They almost did that with Riverton at Evanston on Tuesday. As they were on the road, they were told to turn around and then got told to turn right back around and play some varsity games, no JV. Today we are having varsity and JV, as they knew that the weather would clear up. The ball's going way into the Lander defensive third. It's had to be stopped up by Bernard. Bernard's pass is a little bit too far left, and it goes out of bounds as she was trying to reach Weston in stride. Right from the halfway line, Powell going to throw it in. Kicked away by Knockhazel. Again, Knockhazel's presence definitely felt in their 6-5 loss on Tuesday. Delaney said that with Knockhazel, she didn't know if it was going to be 6-5. Could have very easily been 5-3. It was a couple good, solid defensive plays would have been made by Knockhazel, as I believe there was 2 Lander players past where they needed to be. So they're going to get this ball. Powell is with 11:20 to go. Goal kick incoming here by 15. She's taken all of them. That's Sammy Rivas. or Rivas. I hope that I'm not mispronouncing it. And the ball goes past Precious Bowstring. And she was an inch away from stopping that and having some running room. Thrown in here by Eliza Tyler right into Chopa. Chopa being hounded by Bowstring, and now she's hounded by Reisig. Reisig kicks it out. Smart move right at the halfway line. 10:30 to go, or 10:40, I'm sorry, to go in this game. My clock is just a few seconds short. And a nice lead. I don't know if it's going to be safe as Delaney Sullivan trying to catch up with it, and she can't. The goalie for Powell was waiting for it as well, and if Delaney had caught up with that, she would have been in an okay position. And Lander moving back on defense, and they obviously have an idea. They brought someone out for Ivy Aggie. Aggie pointing at her left shin to her coach. I didn't see anyone come in. The refs are waiting for her. And no substitution needed. They just were told to fix her shin pads. Ella Stanbury did come out. Blue Blackburn, the freshman, came in. Blue coming off of her first game with a goal in her Lander Lady Tiger career, so that's why I want to talk to her after this game. I love talking to Delaney. I love talking to Mason Morton. Both of them have really strong soccer IQs, but I want to hear from someone that scored their first goal and how that really felt. As Blue now has an opportunity to score a second. She gets past one, she gets past another, and she has to kick it back to Delaney. And Delaney has to move past another player as she kicks it, and it goes into the net. Oh, Delaney Sullivan, how did that get past two players? Sullivan, a great pass by Blue Blackburn. My goodness. Write that down. 25 with the goal and 20 with the assist. As it's 1-0. I didn't see when they stopped the clock, but mine, I could have sworn we had, they had stopped the clock for, it looked like that fix. So we're going to start it at 9:17. It's 9:50 to go. We got some time here, so don't look at the clock as Powell moves it towards the middle third. Nicely stolen away by Georgia Chance. Chance over to Knockhazel. Too long, but Weston saves it. Now Weston, her pass just a little short in the air, gets picked off by Erickson. 9:30 to go. You can hear the wind picking up on the second mic. And Kennedy Bernard, she just kicks it deep. Delaney Sullivan not going to work for that one. 9:23 to go, so we're going to start it here in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 9:17 to go. 1-0, Lander. And remember, Lander gave up a goal with 22 seconds left this past weekend. So nothing's over until that final horn. They need to play defense until that halftime horn sounds. As Tinley Reisig and Mason Morton just hobble up and really stop two Powell players from even thinking about moving forward. Is now Weston with a nice stop. She passes it to Sullivan, or to Blue Blackburn. Blackburn has to catch up with it, and she gets to the touchline and goes out of bounds. As it's going to focus in. And yes, Powell is upset that Lander's getting the ball. I know it's focusing on one thing. Tinley Reisig throwing it in. Saved by Georgia Chance. I'm going to keep trying to get this. It's not working with the window here. And it's going to go out. Last touch by Lander. No, it's going to be last touch by Powell. And Powell fans not happy right now. I'm actually going to mute this mic as I think I heard something. I didn't want to put on any sort of airwave. It's going to be Knockhazel kicking it into the corner. And nicely saved. A header. It's just going to go right back out of the back of the goal line. Knockhazel wash, rinse, repeat here. This one a little lower. Saved by Powell. It goes into Nielsen's feet, though. Nielsen, the low ball. It's going to go out the back of the net. What's up, Coach?
Hey, how are you?
Doing all right. Having I did, and I hit the snow as soon as it started to snow. I was like, are we going to have a game? I guess we are. So good thing the snow stopped as Powell kicks it deep and past the middle third here. Boys coach Brett Prinz coming in with the starting lineups. I'll grab those later for our Sutherland starting lineups in the pregame show for the boys. Right now, girls not even at halftime, and they're up 1-0 as Annabelle Knockhazel's pass is deep and far too deep for any Lander players to get. If it weren't so windy, I'd open the window and put the camera outside, kind of like I do with Lander, but the wind is so strong it would knock over that camera, as well as a lot of the papers that I have in here to keep me informed of what's going on. So just over 6.5 minutes to go. It's still 1-0. Powell has moved it well into the attacking third quite a bit today, just not able to finish it. And it is going to be one of those days where if this is a low-scoring affair, it's not necessarily due to the talent on the field. It's really, you got to take in the weather, you got to take in the wind, and you got to take in the fact that these two teams just played each other. They know everybody on the field. They know everybody that needs to be double covered as a nice pass towards Blue Blackburn goes out of bounds. And that was last touched by Powell too, I believe. Yep, we're going to get another corner kick here. I'm going to move it and make sure that we can at least get some semblance of where she's at here. There you go. You can kind of see the ball come into play. The kick high goes past a player, and now, Addie Weston ran into a wall. She had an opportunity to get towards that, and she just hit a wall of black jerseys, and it's saved over there. I can't see by who. Oh, that was saved by Sullivan. She was moved up quite a bit. And less than 5 minutes to go. Powell working this defense as hard as they can. They're getting picked apart here and there, but moments like that where they throw the ball too far and it goes out the back of the goal line, that's been pretty common. As number 12, Mackenzie Fields coming in for Powell. Coming out is number 13. That's Sarah Chopa. Two Chopas here. Sarah and Mary. As the ball going to get kicked here from the goal line. It's going to kick right into Georgia Chance, who misses the header. And it allows Tinley Reisig to get to it, and Tinley's just going to kick it out. Georgia, a little laugh there as she thought that maybe it was Powell that kicked it out. And now it is Powell that kicks it out. Right here in front of us, right in between the benches, is Tinley Reisig going to throw it in. And, whoa, just stolen away by Aggie with a kick down, and it's going to go out of bounds again. Under 4 minutes to go. Powell's going to look to tie this up. Obviously, they don't want to go into halftime down 1-0 or down at all. So Lander, unless they want a repeat of what happened this past weekend, they are going to have to play defense tough right here for the last 3 minutes and 40 seconds. You get a break during the halftime. You don't want to take that break too early and let a goal go through as Blue Blackburn kicks that one out of bounds on accident. 16, Eliza Taylor, going to throw it in. She throws it in directly to Aggie. Aggie kicks it high. It could have been a handball on Reisig, but they're going to let it play. Aggie running around and just being chased by Mason Morton, making it hard for her. Goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lander. We're approaching 3 minutes to go here. So far, that far side touchline has really not been a friend to Lander. They've done really well on this near side moving forward, and I would imagine that continues in the second half with that far side touchline being there on their right. They like to move on their right. Obviously, a lot of right-legged, right-handed players here for Lander as Delaney Sullivan tried to keep it going down into the attacking third, but was kicked away by Powell. So Lander gets this ball right at the edge of the middle third. She throws it into Knockhazel. Gets stolen away by number 6, McKenna Cannon. We're going to wash, rinse, repeat here. Throwing a long throw right to Weston. past Weston's chest, and it's going to be kicked out. We're just going to keep going down this field and matriculating down the field is Lander just on these throw-ins. And as I say that, it's the far side touchline that's actually friendly to them right now is Knockhazel. Another throw. It's going to go past, and it's going to go into the goal box, and it's going to be saved by the goalie. A little bit too hard there by Knockhazel. Weston, if she had maybe sped up before the ball was thrown, granted, she didn't know where she was going. Blue Blackburn had an opportunity there as well, but that goalie was smart to keep moving forward. Not smart to kick that into the feet of Delaney Sullivan, though. Sullivan moves past one, gets stolen away by Erickson. Erickson moving with a purpose now. A little spin move gets past Sullivan and Knockhazel for that instance, as now they're moving up the touchline, and, Sullivan almost could have been called for a trip there. It looked cleaner than it was, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touch by Lander. 90 seconds to go here. The ball, again, out of bounds. We're going to do this all over again, but the other way. Powell. 80 seconds to go here. Lander, that's Gilly Wheeler up in the corner. And they kick it out of bounds again. And Gilly Wheeler, she just kicked it out. I don't know where she is going with it now, but 69 seconds to go. Finally, Powell going to throw this in. They're going to throw it in directly to Nielsen. Nielsen got kicked, it looked like, by one of her own players. And that kick was a little high, so they're going to call that, and it's going to go out of bounds again. 50 seconds to go. Nothing's over till it's over, and now nicely done there was Georgia Chance. She kicks it deep into the center circle. Powell tries to get it back in, and now it's Kennedy Bernard running with it, and she runs a little bit too far, kicks it too far as well. Out off that touchline, 35 seconds to go. The ball goes directly into Annabelle Knockhazel's chest. And I know that had to hurt. It came at her like a dodgeball back in 5th grade, one of those rubber ones. I could still feel the pain of those hitting your face. And it's cold out there, don't forget, so that had to hurt even more. Kennedy Bernard gets passed up by Ivy Aggie, and Aggie going to take a long shot, and it actually looked more like a pass, and that pass goes out of bounds. Maybe if it gets warmer, we will try and fix this camera setup. But right now, first half has come to a close as Lander is up 1-0 thanks to a goal by Delaney Sullivan with a great assist by Blue Blackburn. We'll be back with the CWC halftime show right after this.
And being ready to talk. If you need helpful resources and tools, you can visit FremontCountyPrevention.com.
Some say healthcare is a calling, taking care of others. It's who we are. It's what we do and what we love. For decades, Sage West Healthcare has been here. For the expected and the unexpected moments in life. As one of the region's largest employers, we're investing in our communities through donated services and charitable contributions. We're investing in our people, technologies, and facilities, so better care is more convenient and available to everyone, right here, close to you and the things that matter most. From maternity through maturity, from pediatrics to primary care, we're making a difference by improving life and health in our communities we love. Sage West Healthcare. Be well, live well. That's why we're here.
The choice is yours. Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card lets you choose from 5% off instantly at the register or special financing on qualifying purchases. That means no forms, no waiting, no rebates. You can choose 5% off instantly with your Sutherland's credit card. Got a big project? Choose special financing. The choice is yours with Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payment required. See store for details. Only at Sutherland's.
High Plains Power is a Touchstone Energy cooperative. What does that mean for you as a Rural Electric Association member? It all comes down to 7 principles: open membership, one voice, one vote, member benefits, independence, education, cooperation, and community. To understand how it all works, we're headed back in time. In 1879, electricity was in major cities, but rural areas were out of luck. In 1935, President FDR made it possible for companies to build power lines to unserved areas. By the time we hit 1941, some 400 electric co-ops had been organized to serve rural America, just like High Plains Power. For more information, visit highplainspower.org.
The Stock Dock is proud to serve all of Fremont County and surrounding areas. They are dedicated to providing the highest level of veterinarian medicine along with friendly and compassionate service. They service all pets of shapes and sizes between dogs and cows and cats and horses. They treat your animal like it's their own. The Stock Dock.
From one corner of the state to the other, over 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. And to the 18% who don't, we say, let's buckle up for life, Wyoming.
You need an oil change, but you don't have a lot of time. Expressway Lubes on South Federal in Riverton and Highway 789 in Lander provide a fast, professional lube, oil, and filter change. Expressway Lubes, locally owned and proud to support our local student athletes.
Your car or truck is an investment. When it needs repairs, you need someone you can trust to do the job right. Take it to Gunners Automotive. They repair all makes and models of cars and trucks, from oil changes to brakes, tires, and more. Gunners Automotive, 856-2288.
Riverton Vision Center offers comprehensive eye health exams, highly trained staff, and a large selection of fashion eyewear and sunglasses. Dr. Ballard, Dr. Hinkle, and Dr. Frazier offer over 70 years of experience. Call Riverton Vision Center at 856-9451 to schedule an appointment today.
Welcome back here to the Powell Panther Stadium. I don't know if it's named after someone or if I may be missing something, but Panther Stadium is what we're going to call it here on our CWC halftime show, as I am trying to find the halftime show logo. There it is. Central Wyoming College now offers 4-year bachelor degree programs in arts and sciences, and if you want to learn how to earn one of those degrees, as well as how you can earn that from the comfort of your own home, you can go to cwc.edu. Central Wyoming College, make your way out here. And where we are right now is a 1-0 lead for Lander. The Lady Tigers with the goal there by Delaney Sullivan, her 4th in just 3 days. Obviously, she had the hat trick on Tuesday, and now she has this one today. And they've been doing a good job of trying to get her involved. I think the biggest thing so far has been the wind kind of taking some balls and moving them where they don't need to be. And a lot of long passes. They need to kind of just take a little mustard off their kicks, a little mustard off their passes, and they would have had 2 or 3 great leads that could have led to 2 or 3 more goals just off the top of my head. They might have even had more. If you've been watching the game, you know that these passes have just been sailing over the heads of Delaney Sullivan and Addie Weston and even Ella Stanbury. These are, at no fault to anyone here, as the wind is kind of unpredictable. It's moving one way, and then it'll drop and move the other way. And like we said, we did just have snow on this field, so a little moisture could always play a difference, especially on the ball if you're trying to throw it or have a precise kick. But right now, Lander working with a 1-0 lead. They did just beat Powell on Saturday, so they know what it takes to beat this team. And if they want to keep the possibility of a sweep open on this Lady Panthers team, they're going to have to do it defensively. Powell has had a lot of opportunities, especially with Mary Chopa and Ivy Aggie taking multiple shots on the goal after a few strong passes. And it's going to be a tough game to keep playing that solid defense and hopefully keeping this shutout. But it's going to be even tougher to add more goals with the way that they've been passing and playing offense right now. So that's just a little halftime show for you as we need to get some notice here for CWC and their bachelor degree program. It's a great school. Their final spring scrimmage is on Saturday starting at 11:30, I believe, in the morning. Girls and boys both playing down at Rustler Field. So as the girls get up and they get ready to go back out on the pitch, I'm going to take one final timeout here. We'll give you some ads to listen to so we can pay some bills, and we'll be right back with the second half of action right here from Powell.
You may have made a commitment to improve your physical health, but don't forget about your financial health. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union is listed as one of the healthiest credit unions in the U.S., and we are the healthiest credit union in Wyoming, according to depositaccounts.com. Don't risk having your accounts anywhere else. Become a member today and accomplish your first resolution by becoming healthier. Financially speaking, that is. Federally insured by NCUA. Open your eyes to a credit union. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union.
If you're tired of paying ridiculously high gas prices, there is a solution that can save you a bunch of money. In fact, it won't cost you a cent. How do you do that? Take the Blue Bus. WRTA bus lines will get you around the county for free. That's right, free, no charge. It doesn't get cheaper than free. Go to WRTAbuslines.com and download the schedule, or look for a schedule in the Ranger, Lander Journal, or Wind River News. WRTA Bus Lines, proud to serve Fremont County.
Natural Health Solutions offers treatments for a variety of conditions, along with nutritional counseling, chiropractic, acupuncture, and more. Treatment plans designed individually to optimize your health. Call for an appointment, 856-8181 today.
It's more than clocking in or collecting a paycheck. We are a network of caring professionals who want to be here, dedicated to serving our communities. We are Sage West Healthcare, our two campus hospitals in Riverton and Lander. We take pride in our region, our people, and our communities. Located in beautiful central Wyoming, filled with natural recreation in our own backyard. We are neighbors caring for neighbors, a community caring for its own. We are Sage West. We are recruiting the best, like you.
Welcome back here. We're about to start action here, so I just want to get my closer here, Central Wyoming College. For more information on their bachelor degree programs as well as how to earn them from the comfort of your own home, visit cwc.edu. Central Wyoming College, make your way out here. Second half of action getting ready to start here. Lander up 1-0, and I could not really get the window situation fixed, so we're just going to keep working with what we have here. I am moving the window around so that I can, or the camera around so that we can see past the window here. Hopefully no corner kicks from the near side as far as either side here, as Lander trying to start off the second half by getting past the middle third, and Powell won't even let them do that. Powell now with a long kick down there, and Kennedy Bernard, the nearest to it. I can't even see this side of the field. We're going to try this. We're going to do this while we're on the air, which is probably stupid, but I'm going to move the camera up and around. We're going to take this and take that way. We're going to move the window open. We're going to... Oh. I apologize. I tried to do this during the halftime and could not get too much traction here. Wow. Okay, so we're going to try this again. All right. 38:45 to go. We're going to see how these cords work out. I don't think this is going to work here, as we need to get closer with the computer. And we're ready. Lander taking this shot deep down to the attacking third here. Powell ends up stealing it away. I'm just going to stand for the rest of this, it sounds like. I want to get you guys the best shots we can get. And I want to make sure we can see everything happening so that no parents yell at me. I can never take that. Just over 38 minutes to go. Lander still trying to get into that attacking third, and they're unable to do so. The setup here at Powell, really nice, but no holes in the desk, so all my cords are just laid out on top of my computer and everything as we enter the second half with the lone goal being scored by Delaney Sullivan, her fourth in 2 days. I believe her sixth of the season, if I'm not mistaken. So still got to go back, do some math. I've been rather sick at home and probably could have done it then, but when you're that sick, the last thing you really worry about is work too much. So I'm just happy to be out of the house and watching some Lander soccer. And right now, Ivy Aggie, she just put the Jets on, moved forward, and ran past one player. Couldn't get past Mason Morton, though. Morton, a nice little high pass to Annabelle Knockhazel. She's able to save it and stop it. Turns around. Ooh, almost gets caught up from behind. And Knockhazel's ball that got stolen goes too far, and it's going to be in the hands of Aislinn Donahue. Aislinn takes this long kick. Ooh, right into Coy Erickson. Nice little low pass to Ivy Aggie, who's stuck between three players. Gets stolen away by Georgia Chance. Nicely. No whistle as she hits the dirt. Ball goes out of bounds. It's going to be thrown in here by Tinley. Tinley into Georgia. Georgia back to Tinley. Tinley going to take a long kick, and it doesn't go as far as she probably hoped. Now Powell. Ooh, the shot by Ivy Aggie goes into the legs of Tinley Reisig, and now Annabelle Knockhazel stops it up, passes it to Weston, who gets it back to Kennedy. Kennedy's pass. Ooh, nice stop there by Weston, and little triangle passes are working. Nielsen's, though, couldn't get past as Kennedy chests it and gets it to Powell, and Powell going to kick it out of bounds. No, she was able to save it. And now it's going to go out of bounds on Powell. Boy, great patience by Lander. Great patience by Lander. That was Annabelle Knockhazel and Kennedy Bernard just waiting on Powell to make a mistake, and they finally did. And not really a mistake, as that was just really hugging that touch line there. And Lander knew what to do there. Now Mason Morton's pass into the center circle gets stolen away by number 7, Emily Orr. And then kicked all the way out of bounds, last touched by Powell. Tinley Reisig going to throw it in here. Reisig's pass to Georgia Chance. Nice lead there for Knockhazel. Knockhazel now, her lead not as nice. It gets stopped up by number 5, Aubrey Fisher. Passed up right near us, and Kennedy Bernard, that could go off her foot. It did. Nice movement by Mackenzie Fields. And the pass goes past 2 players for Lander. It's going to be end up saved by Morton, who gets shouldered out of the way. And Ivy Aggie, the left footer, too far to the right, as we have passed 5 minutes into this second half. Donahue going to give it to Morton to kick. She's going to take it from this near side corner of the goal box. Opening this window has allowed a chill in here for sure. The pass goes past Annabelle Knockhazel and then kicked out of bounds by Weston. Weston, nice attempt to try and save it though, but now Powell is in dangerous territory. Knockhazel goes underneath her foot. Now she gets stopped and she's moving around, legs locked there with number 13. Is that Sarah Chopin? No, that's number 12. That's Mackenzie Fields. Legs got locked up. We're going to wash, rinse, repeat here. Cannon throws it in. Nobody touching it until it gets to Mason Morton, and Morton finally is like, I'll take it, and I'll kick it into the middle third, and now the ball, just a high shot there from about 30 yards out. Aislinn Donahue smartly grabs it. Donahue's kick goes to Coy Erickson, and then we're just going to do this all over again. The bounce into Aislinn Donahue as Blue Blackburn staying warm down here on the sideline. Ooh, a nice header by Georgia Chance. Almost gets kicked in the face by Coy Erickson. The shot by Powell keeps it in the middle third, but Georgia gets back to it. Georgia tries to stop and turn around. Can't, so she passes it back to Morton. Morton, long pass, gets stolen away as Delaney Sullivan about a head shorter than every defender that she's going up against, and that ball deep and out of bounds. And we're taking our time, throwing it in. Here's Tinley. Tinley's ball gets tipped in by Ivy Aggie. Finally, Morton kicks it deep, gets stopped up by Coy Erickson. Erickson gets past Anna Nielsen. She's going to take a long shot. It's going to go into the hands of Nielsen. Luckily, that was saved as she was in the right spot at the right time. Powell definitely has more shots on goal. Lander the only one to actually get it into the back, though. As Ivy Aggie, they're going to keep taking these long shots, and it's going to go out of bounds. That seems to be the only way they think they can score. That was their third shot in a row from over 30 yards out. Try this here. Maybe move the legs just to keep it upright. As Powell moves further and further downfield. And now they throw it in off the touchline and far side. Stolen away by Lander again nicely. Now Nielsen trying to just get the ball into the attacking third, middle third, if anything. And she finally gets around one player. She's going to have a nice lead here if she finds it in time. She gets past one. Oh, runs into a wall of Coy Erickson. And Erickson's tried to kick it out of bounds, and it was stopped by Weston. And now Powell nicely saves it from going out of bounds, and it's a lead for Deercorn, perfectly led, but Mason Morton saw it coming from a mile away. 31-15. Ball goes out. I didn't see if it went out. It looked like, yep, it went off the head of number 12, Mackenzie Fields. We're going to get a sub in. It's going to be Blue Blackburn, I apologize, for Addie Weston. Weston getting a handshake by Scott Getz. I'm sure telling her to stay warm. She doesn't even put a jacket on. As the sun is coming out, Blue Blackburn had a chance to stop that one, but couldn't. Annabelle does instead, and now it goes towards Lander's defensive third. Coy Erickson, ooh, she runs into a little wall herself, but she gets it past Nielsen. Now Ivy Aggie with the left footer goes right into the safety net of Aislinn Donahue. Nearly 10 minutes in, Lander still holds this 1-0 lead they had at half. And so far, all of Donahue's kicks go right to the same person. That's Coy Erickson. She just happens to be in the right place at the right time, and that ref didn't even try and stop that ball. Goes out of bounds, last touch by Lander. It's going to be Fields throwing it in. She throws it in right to the head of Annabelle Knockhazel. Ooh, and a handball not called. That's the second one that I've seen that has not been called. As number 6, McKenna Cannon, she just got it kicked right into her forearm. Ends up going out of bounds here. We're going to do it all over again here with Mackenzie Fields, the junior, throwing it in. She wants to look for Deercorn. She does. Deercorn in the middle of two players. A nice head by Deercorn, though. Gets it into the middle of the pitch, and Georgia Chance a little weaker than she was hoping, but it gets it to Delaney Sullivan nicely, and now over to Stanbury, who kicks it high. And now she's just trying to keep that ball in play. Now Knockhazel has it. Nice ball movement here so far. The ball, now I jinxed it, goes too far for Delaney Sullivan. Picked up here by the goalie. That was a great kick. Goes deep. Mason Morton now having to walk all the way back with it past the middle third. She kicks it over to Tinley. Tinley gets stopped up by Ivy. And Ivy Aggie moving towards the middle. She moves past Mason Morton. She's got no one in front of her. She kicks it and it's good. Ivy Aggie, a masterclass of getting past people. Ivy Aggie did that all on her own. And that is Aggie's third goal of the season against Lander. First of the day. 1-1, 28:33 to go. Lander just did not look like they had enough energy to even get past the middle third. I think they thought their defensive line was going to work with it. And instead, Ivy Aggie does what she does best. And that freshman, much like the freshman for Green River that scored 5 on Lander on Tuesday, both of them have high hopes here for their soccer future in high school. As Annabelle Nachhazel nicely gets in between a pass, and then it just gets kicked away by Nielsen. Coy Erickson now, the long shot goes into the knee of Gilly Wheeler. Lander's defensive line now working. They must have had the shot go into their head there, as they're now just working as hard as they can. They're not stopping moving right now. They were just kind of in a standstill while Ivy Aggie was moving past them. And now it's going to go out of the back of the goal line. It's going to be Morton here with the kick from the corner. 27:35 to go. You can see, if you zoom in, the jerseys here. Are we waiting on someone? I was going to say the jersey's moving in the wind back and forth. Morton's kick, boy, you can see the wind just stop it in its tracks about halfway through that. Could not move further than 30 yards. Typically, Mason Morton gets about 50 yards from her kick. Good news for Powell, though. They throw it in. And then Nachhazel just, playing the stickiest defense that you can play. Blue Blackburn, a nice lead, and it goes off, and they're offsides. Boy, that was a perfect pass by Blue Blackburn. Just not enough black jerseys past the line. And Lander's the one that falls out of favor for that reason, as it is 1-1. All of Powell, except for 2 players, are past this halfway line. And the only one that's not, number 7, going to get the ball. That's Emily Orr. Orr with the pass right into Georgia Chance's thigh. Georgia Chance's ball goes right to Delaney. Delaney tries to pass to Stanbury, and Stanbury couldn't corral it. Chance again almost with the steal there. Now Nachhazel has to play defense on Aggie. Aggie, nice little stop pass. And the ball by Coy Erickson goes deep and past the back of the goal line there. Fun stadium out here in Powell. It's right by the road, so you can kind of see quite a bit. And then you obviously have the mountains in the background. And coming from Kansas, I would kill to play some soccer here. I don't really play soccer, but if I had a school like this, I would have definitely picked an outdoor sport so I could have some cool memories here to remember. Blue Blackburn nicely gets it past the defense, and Delaney Sullivan working. She stops the ball, but no one's there to keep it. Blue Blackburn she gets passed up, and Blue again almost gets the stop and steal, and Annabelle Nachhazel stops the Powell Lady Panthers from moving any forward with a little awkward fall. Blue Blackburn just going to take this shot, and it's going to be low. It's going to be kicked away. Instead of the goalie grabbing it, it's going to be kicked away by number 16, Eliza Taylor. And the goalie had an opportunity to pick that up and push everyone back. Now Nielsen throws it in to Sullivan. It goes under her leg, and same instance here. Gets nicely stopped by Wheeler. Just goes under her foot as she's running backwards, and Kennedy Bernard kicks it out of bounds. The throw-in tips Kennedy's foot, almost goes out of bounds by Aggie. Aggie now with the pass goes to Morton. Morton steals it, and she's moving with it. Morton kicks it up here to Blue. Blue, a nice lead to Delaney Sullivan, but it goes across her face. And now Ella Stanbury moves with it. No, her pass too long for Sullivan, and Sullivan has to hurdle the goalie. Boy, that was prime location for Stanbury. Just a little bit too hard off of her foot as we approach 24 minutes to go in this game. Knockhazel heads it in the middle third. Doesn't head it very far as Blue Blackburn gets it. Blackburn moves past one player. Nice pass to Nielsen. Nielsen crosses over to Stanbury. Stanbury couldn't stop it and ends up bouncing off her shin, and now Powell with a long lead is going to go out of bounds right towards our friend Seth Ramza. I believe that's him. Camera guy for the Powell Tribune. I learned a lot from Seth about the Powell teams here, including that big fight at the basketball game between Northwest College and I want to say it was Casper College. As this ball goes deep and into the legs of Morton. Morton passes up Kennedy, goes towards Nielsen. Now Sullivan had an opportunity to stop it, but the ball goes right past her, and she's going to run with it anyway. She's got the speed. She's going to take this shot. It's going to go in. Nielsen with the shot and the goal. I'm sorry, not Nielsen. Sullivan with the pass from Nielsen. Sullivan, 5 goals in 3 days. A hat trick on Tuesday and 2 today. And Nielsen with the assist. Great move. It's 2-1. 23:07 to go. And they're just going to take a long shot. They're tired of this. And oh my goodness. What a shot. Oh my goodness. Ivy Aggie didn't even know. She was just told to kick it as far as she could. And that might be one of the quickest goals we'll see all season. That took 6 seconds off the clock. And that is... that is one heck of a goal. Ivy Aggie now with 4 goals against Lander this season. Wow. Still in disbelief that even was able to go above Aislinn Donahue. Aislinn could have walked back just a little bit and it would have hit her in the face. Instead, it goes over her hands. And Ivy Aggie with the second goal for Powell. It's basically the Aggie and Sullivan show right now as that ball goes into Georgia Chance, and Chance kicks it right out. Now the throw-in. Throw-in goes past every Powell player, and it's going to go out the back of the goal. As we get an insight here from Riverton. It was 1-1 in the girls' game at half. Cammie Paskett, unsurprisingly, I should say, with the goal. And the ball goes past Weston towards Sullivan. Sullivan towards Nielsen. Nielsen with a nice pass to Sullivan, just a little bit too long, and it goes past, and it's going into Georgia Chance's legs. She kicks it high, and now Powell could be moving offensively. Morton, she gets the nod from Kennedy to keep it, and she kicks it towards Ivy Aggie. That's not good, and Aggie going to kick it deep. Telling my Riverton broadcaster, Kevin Shields, all about the goal we just saw. We try and keep each other in tune so that we can talk about the games as they happen. Riverton's Cammie Paskett scores a goal, and then Gustafson, I believe is what he meant to text. Gustafson from Natrona County made a goal right as time was about to expire. So it's 1-1 at half there. I'm sure it's a little bit further along now as halftime probably ended about 10 minutes ago for them. They started about 10 minutes after 3. Unsure why. I think they're expecting snow, the snow that was here. 1 inch in Riverton tonight. Don't know how much Lander's supposed to get, but Lander does not have a game tomorrow. Riverton does. If you're listening to this and you're from Fremont County, the Riverton girls are looking to go 10-0 today. They would be 11-0 at the end of this weekend if they can keep it going. And holy moly, Weston had an opportunity there, but it went too far off of her foot. Great pass by Sullivan, just too hard off of Weston's left shin, it looked like. But yes, Riverton playing against Casper, Kelly Walsh, from Casper tomorrow. And that'll be at noon and 2. If you can't make it to that game, watch it as always on WyoToday's YouTube page where you are watching this right now. And we are approaching halftime of or I'm sorry, we're approaching the halfway mark of this second half. Starting to get chilly up here. Waiting and waiting. Everyone from Lander in the middle third or the attacking third as Morton's kick deep. And Knockhazel has a nice pass, crossover to Weston, and it's going to go past Weston, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touched by Knockhazel there. Boy, Weston has had 2 golden opportunities there. She just had to get her foot a little bit better underneath the ball, and I think that she would have had at least 1 goal from one of those. I mean, that was just an awesome pass, about 5 seconds, or 5 plays before that now. And Weston again, out of bounds. Throwing it in now to Dearcorn. Dearcorn kicks it into Nielsen. Nielsen almost kicks it out, but instead it's going to be Powell. Powell moving up this touchline near side. Stopped up by Kennedy Bernard, and over to Gilly Wheeler. Wheeler kicks it up to Nielsen. Nielsen loses it. Number 6, that's McKenna Cannon. She keeps getting the leg on it. Oh, almost a handball there by Knockhazel. She lowered her hands in time, and it's going to be Ivy Aggie in between a couple players, and it goes far right of the goal. 18:53 to go. And we're getting a substitution in here. Number 13, Sarah Shopa coming out, I apologize. And number 12, Mackenzie Fields, coming back in. The ball goes right to Delaney Sullivan. She has to give a little pass back to Nielsen. Nielsen passes it up to Knockhazel. Knockhazel almost loses it, but she turns around. She turns on the motor, and she's moving forward, and her pass was looked at directly by Emily Orr. That was going nowhere. And out of bounds, last touched by Powell, and that Powell player is down and hurt, and that's number 12, Mackenzie Fields, who just came in. Looks like Kennedy Bernard may have just stepped on her foot a little awkwardly and rolled it. So we're going to get Sarah Shopa right back in. No time, taken off the clock, stopped. So the ball goes in, bounced off Weston and over to Powell, and now we're back at where we've been most of the game, which is right here in the middle third. Mason Morton, luckily, one of the best defenders in the state. She kicks it up to Blue Blackburn, who gives herself a nice lead and a little bit too nice as it goes out of bounds. Powell moving all their players back so they can try and get something set up before they even reach the middle third. Some triangle passes would do nicely. Instead, they just kick it deep down that touchline, and it goes out of bounds. So it's going to be Lander ball right near the edge of the middle third. She passes it into Annabelle Knockhazel, who gives it back to Tinley. Tinley, kicks it right into the legs of a Powell player, and it goes towards them, but luckily Morton kicks it deep. Powell now moves with it. Annabelle Knockhazel playing that sticky defense that she's known for. And I don't know if Lander got a touch on that or not, but that kick was way too hard. Powell trying to catch up with it. Instead, it's going to go out of bounds. Last touch by Morton. Dangerous momentum here for Powell after that long goal. That was a 60-yarder at least. And once that goal dropped, it has been pretty much the Powell show here. The throw-in, a little weak there by Tinley Reisig. Didn't mean to throw it that weak. Again, the wind is going towards Lander right now, so they're facing the wind. Everything they do, they have to remember that. So the ball goes into Powell's possession. Morton, deep kick all the way down to the halfway line. Blue Blackburn and Delaney Sullivan had an opportunity. Weston now, a little trip there, but she gets the ball around, and Powell ends up keeping it, and it's going to go right into the waiting arms of Anna Nielsen. Nielsen now moving with it past the halfway line. She stops, tries to volley past number 6, McKenna Cannon. Can't do that. And then a little shove and push, and it's going to be Nielsen versus Cannon. And it's going to go against Nielsen as Cannon was lifted up. And the wind is returning with a vengeance here in the press box. Cold. This free kick going to be taken by Coy Erickson. Erickson all the way down, and a nice lead, but Mason Morton going to wait and wait and wait, and it goes out of bounds. And nicely done there by Lander to keep Powell from getting any more offensive-minded. They need to push them back on defense, push them on their heels with 15 minutes to go. The ball, directly into Dearcorn, and I don't think Gilly Wheeler knew Dearcorn was there. She kicks it out of bounds. It's going to go last touch by number 10, Gilly Wheeler. Throwing it in is going to be Cannon. Cannon throws it into Dearcorn. Dearcorn tries to give it back up to Chopa and goes out of bounds. Last touch by Nielsen, who kicked it out. Waiting and waiting as the Powell players getting ready behind the goal here. The Lander players on the other side. Lander trying to stop a 3-game losing streak. As Weston gets that chest, she kicks it back to Morton. Morton's shot, stopped nicely by Coy Erickson. Erickson's going to take a high shot, and it goes over the goal. That was about a foot away from being another goal that goes over the head of Aislinn Donahue. Donahue's been doing a good job all season. Hopefully Tuesday didn't get in her head. Allowing 6 goals, 5 of which to one player, is most likely going to be something she thinks about all season. Weston stopped that from going out of bounds, and she loses it to Cannon. Cannon loses it to Knockhazel, and she tips it out nicely. And, oh, no, Kennedy Bernard in her first start has made a few mistakes. She's done well otherwise on the defensive line, but a few long passes, long leads, and then just kicking it out of bounds when she had opportunities like that. And now Morton had to save it, and Morton did save it. Otherwise, number 9, Mary Chopa would have definitely had an open look at that goal. And now we're going to get a stoppage here. No, we're not going to stop, as they just whistled for Mason Morton. She said they're all good. The ball now goes to Morton. She lets it go past her as it was last touched by Powell. So Donahue going to get the ball. Donahue going to take it to the very edge of the goal box here. Right kick deep. Trying at least as she kicks it into the wind again. It gets stopped up midway through the air. You can see it just stop moving and drop. And push in the back almost. And Lander, luckily with the defense there by Aislinn Donahue. Gilly Wheeler was neck and neck there with Ivy Aggie. As we're going to get a corner kick here. Ivy Aggie going to be the one attempting the corner kick. And this is dangerous for Lander. 12 minutes, 25 seconds to go. The kick is high and directly into the goal. And Ivy Aggie has her 3rd goal of the day, hat trick. And again, she almost didn't know it was going to happen, just like that 60-yarder earlier. And 3-2 Powell, and this is the game. This is the score at the end of Saturday's game, except it was reversed. Lander had 3 and Powell had 2. 12-14 to go. Lander has to do something. They have to try and lead this game with a tie. Again, they have not swept anyone this season. This is the first time they've seen the same team twice, though. They would love to start off this game as the lead is too long for Powell. And making sure that Kevin Shields knows what just happened. Under 12 minutes to go now as Mason Morton's kick deep, and the wind takes it out of bounds. Corner kick, man, that's been dangerous for the Lander boys all year, and now the girls drop one on their own. As, speaking of dropped, Gilly Wheeler falls to the ground, gets up a little slow, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touched by Powell. Lander has to do something and do it quickly. And that ball, again, the wind taking it. It's moving right towards us on this side of the bench. So that ball, as it was thrown in, just got taken by the wind left, and now it goes out of bounds by Powell. So back and forth, trying to throw it in here. Kennedy Bernard, the freshman, going to throw it in, and she didn't learn very much from that as it almost goes out of bounds. And then Stanbury kicks it directly into the face of Mackenzie Fields. Knockhazel trying to get a little ball volley there, as she does, to Blue Blackburn. Blue running with a purpose, and she kicks it too far. It's going to go into the legs of Powell, and Powell kicks it out of bounds. Lander moving. 10 minutes, 28 seconds to go. Stanbury falls on it. Stanbury had an opportunity, and it goes out of bounds. Cannon going to throw this in. Anna Nielsen stops the ball from going any further, and then again, Stanbury kicks it out. And we're just doing this over and over again until Powell makes a mistake. And right there, Annabelle Knockhazel stops it from getting to Ivy Aggie, the girl with 3 goals. Ball deep, down to Deercorn, back to Aggie, and now Aggie's pass a little bit too long, and they're offsides. Powell offsides, 9:45 to go. Powell fan saying we'll take that any day as Addie Weston set to come back in, most likely for Blue Blackburn. Weston has had a couple opportunities today. Mason Morton getting ready to take this kick from the 25-yard line. She gets it deep, but it doesn't go to anyone in a white jersey. Now Georgia Chance has to save it. Delaney Sullivan gets it kicked away and going right out of bounds is Powell. Kennedy Bernard throws it into Stanbury. Stanbury loses it. We're going to do this all over again. Stanbury going to throw it in this time. No, she's going to let Kennedy do it. Kennedy trying to throw it in. She throws it into Stanbury again. They like each other, obviously, back and forth, but it gets stolen away. Stanbury, as Kennedy Bernard stops it right underneath her knees and then kicks it directly into Coy Erickson's chest. And Coy taking it slow. She passes it up and way too long. I believe Lander's probably going to let that go out of bounds, and they will. 8:20 to go, 8:25 to go here. As I look down, my clock's a little slow. We started it about a second too late. Mason Morton going to kick this from this near side corner. Waiting for subs to come in, and the girl that fell and hurt her ankle earlier. Oh, no, that's Mesa McCrary that's coming in. First time we've called her name. Annabelle Knockhazel, nice header to keep it in play. Now Kennedy Bernard had to save it and just kicked it right out of bounds. Again, the wind pushing everything in the air towards us on the side, on the side with the benches here. And Anna Nielsen's header goes past Deercorn, and Knockhazel has to try and save it. She does. It's going to go out of bounds. Last touch by her, though. We are closely tied to the timer here, the clock, which is not Lander's friend at the moment. The ball by Gilly Wheeler goes to Morton. Morrison steps on an ankle awkwardly, and she's going to have to do it all over again. She's going to let it go. Is she going to let it go? She's going to kick it. She's going to go out of bounds. Good defense there by Morton. It would have been maybe smarter for Donahue to run up and grab it, as I thought a Powell player had kicked it last. Finally, Lander looking for some life here as Delaney Sullivan gets the ball. She's all alone. She has to try and cross 2 players and can't. It's going to be cleared nicely by Powell, and it's going to go off the head of Ivy Aggie, and it's going to keep going down, and finally Tinley Reisig lets it go out of bounds. Reisig throws it in, and Nielsen grabs it. I'm sorry, that's not Nielsen. That's Georgia Chance. And Georgia's long pass down to Delaney Sullivan stopped, and nice save there by Blue Blackburn to keep it from going out of bounds. I don't think they knew she was there. Blue has to give it over to Knockhazel. Knockhazel kicking it back to Georgia Chance, and Chance going to just take the long opportunity and into the hands of the goalie there. Georgia saw an opportunity and did not kick it with enough oomph. Granted, it also hit the wind, and that kick by the goalie, very weak, gets kicked into the legs of Delaney Sullivan, who gets stuck between 2 players. Now Stanbury back to Knockhazel. They're just moving backwards with it now. Knockhazel to Nielsen. Nielsen triangle passing it back to Knockhazel. It gets stolen away. It's going to be Gilly Wheeler's ball over to Chance on the far side. Chance up to Blue. Blue Blackburn has to go past 2 players. Can't. It's going to go out of bounds. It's going to be a corner kick. Is it? No, that was last touched by Powell, Lander, apparently. So Powell going to get it here, 5.5 minutes to go. And this Lander girls team already packing their bags. Maybe they're just saving room. Oh, they're moving over to the JV game, duh. So the JV game going to take place after this. They're taking everyone that's not got a chance to see time in this game over there, and ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Nielsen. And the momentum has heavily swung in Powell's direction since the opening of the second half. Right there, Lander a little lucky. It goes off the knee of Dearcorn. And you can hear Lander girls saying, hurry. I mean, they want to get as much opportunity on the pitch as they can. Sullivan going to have to be the one doing it. She goes left and goes kicked out of bounds. Last touched by number 7, Emily Orr. Let's keep going here. 4:35 to go. It has happened before. It can happen again. Lander trying to score late. Nielsen throws it in and goes directly stolen away by Powell. Goes out of bounds again. Sorry, the window's in the way here. Nielsen throws it in. Throws it in right past Delaney Sullivan. The header by Knockhazel goes off the body of Powell and goes out the back of the goal. So we're going to get a corner kick here. That's the least that they can hope for. Knockhazel going to take this corner kick. Defense for Powell, fully all in that box. Ball is up. And into the, Georgia Chance had an opportunity, and it got stopped by a Powell player, not the goalie. Sullivan had to track it all the way down, and now it gets stolen away by Aggie. And Aggie moving with it. She gives a lead up, and that lead a little bit long. It's going to be taken away by Reisig. It looks like, no, it's going to be out of bounds. 3:30 to go. Lander now has to start all the way over from down on their side of the field. Look at the clock is all I hear from the Lander boys. 3:20 to go. They don't have a lot of time. They got close down there with the corner kick. See what they can do on this second attempt. Ooh, the head by Aggie keeps it in play for Powell. Now the ball too far for McCrary. And McCrary, with under 3 minutes to go, let that one go off the sideline. And waiting here, waiting, and now it's finally thrown in. Knockhazel kicks it high. Ooh, Addie Weston tried to get underneath it, couldn't. Now Knockhazel's pass deep. 2 players down there can get to it, but Powell gets to it first. Nicely stopped by Blue Blackburn. Blackburn running with it up to the right side. She gets stopped and and are they going to call that? They are going to call that. 2:25. They're not going to stop the clock. They're just going to give her a free kick, it looks like, from right there. Still waiting. It's going to be Mason Morton that takes this kick. This could be Lander's best and last opportunity. Georgia Chance goes up and talks to her, asking her what she wants to do. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Morton not looking at a real wall of Powell players. Typically a wall forms, but instead they're just splitting up and they're all over that goal box. Finally, she takes the kick. It's going to go high. It's going to go too high. It goes over the goal. And 105 seconds to go. That might have been Lander's last opportunity. Lander has been all offense in some games and all defense in others. Lander's been shut out twice, one against Jackson, one against Cody. And in those other games, they came extremely close to winning, or they did win with their offense. As that ball is deep, goes out the back of the goal line, and quickly Aislinn Donahue grabs the ball. She knows time is not their friend, as it's 70 seconds to go here. The sun finally coming out. That's got to feel disheartening for the girls on varsity. They had to play in this cold, windy, snowy weather. And Georgia Chance, Anna Nielsen running with it. That could have been a handball there. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Nielsen. And the Powell fans telling them to slow down. 45 seconds to go. Oh, goes past the chest of Powell, and Kennedy Bernard has it, and the freshman just kicks it out of bounds. And this game's going to end most likely 3-2 here. So, 20 seconds to go. Powell still owning the ball here on the attacking third, and Lander looks like they know what's coming. So, Lander moving really well in that first half. The beginning of the second half seemed like it was all Powell, and then Delaney Sullivan got that goal, and you thought maybe Lander was going to keep control of the lead, and next thing you know, it was the Ivy Aggie show. Aggie with 5 goals against Lander, 2 on Saturday, and the hat trick today. We'll be right back with a quick post-game show where we're going to talk to, hopefully, Coach Scott Getz and Blue Blackburn right after this.
If your vehicle needs repair, you can depend on the crew at Extra Care Auto Repair. They can repair almost anything with wheels, gas, diesel, domestic, or import, and their work is top quality and reliable. Extra Care Auto Repair on North Federal in Riverton.
At some point, everyone is a pedestrian.
When you're driving, yield to pedestrians. Wear light clothing. Walk on a pathway instead of the road.
Look out for pedestrians.
Avoid distractions like your phone.
Look out for pedestrians, they're everywhere. We are the Wyoming and Lady Chiefs. We need you in our stand.
From the wide open spaces to the canyon near you, Wyoming.com is reaching more homes and businesses than ever before. For more than 25 years, we've aimed to provide the best internet and phone service to meet the needs of our customers all across the great state of Wyoming. Now it's getting even better. Wyoming.com, expanding to an area near you. Wyoming.com. We're out there.
When you purchase your car, do you know if you got the best payment possible? The answer is probably no. Oftentimes, your loan is packed with additional charges that can drive your monthly payment higher than it should be, costing you thousands of dollars more for your car. Hi, this is Patty, and here is your second chance to get the payment you deserve. Visit Atlantic City Federal Credit Union today for a courtesy loan review. We've helped our members save money by refinancing their vehicle with us. Now it's your turn. Open your eyes to a credit union. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union.
Community Health Centers of Central Wyoming has locations across Fremont County ready to serve you at DuBois Medical Clinic, Riverton Community Health, and Lander Community Health Pediatrics. We accept all forms of insurance, including Medicaid and Medicare. Are you struggling to get medical care? Ask for their sliding fee scale. From family medicine to pediatrics, Community Health Centers are here to serve you. Call 307-463-7160 or visit chccw.org to schedule your appointment.
Why should your new floor come from Carpet One? Because we're passionate about the spaces our neighbors call home. We're part of your community, and we're also part of the world's largest cooperative of independently owned and operated flooring stores. So you can be sure you'll get great selection and outstanding value with every installation. Whether it's carpet, hardwood, tile, or luxury vinyl, our experts take the guesswork out of choosing the right floor. We're your local Carpet One Floor and Home, the one store for your perfect floor.
Hometown Freedom Healthcare, making healthcare great. Providing coverage in family medicine, women's health, pediatrics, and mental health. Meet providers Tara Blumenshine and Adina Vasco and Jessica Rodriguez. Come see us at Hometown Freedom Healthcare, locally owned, 463-0541. WyoGlass wants to wish all the Lander Valley Tiger teams good luck this year. WyoGlass is locally owned and operated in Lander. They bleed green. Call or stop in today to get a quote on a window or get a quick fix on your window for a rock chip. WyoGlass is Lander.
Living well isn't just about things. It's about the things that matter. Your family, your friends, and your health. For decades, Sage West Healthcare has been committed to improving the health and care of our communities. Today, we're investing more in our communities, in our people, in advanced medical technologies, and in specialized facilities, so access to better care is close to you and the things that matter most. Sage West Healthcare. Be well, live well. That's why we're here.
Are you a caring person that wants to help but not sure where to go? Wyoming Senior Citizen Inc. is looking for caregivers across the state. Call 307-856-6880 to find out more information. They would like to wish all Fremont County athletes good luck this year. Snyder Signature Properties would like to give a huge shout out to the local sports of Fremont County. They are here to support your team and your local home real estate needs. Call today to see how Snyder Signature Properties can help you buy and sell your next property. Good luck to all Fremont County athletes.
Welcome back here to Powell Panthers Stadium, where the Lady Panthers avenged their loss on Saturday. That was a score of 3-2, with the Lander Lady Tigers winning that by 1 goal, and today Powell getting that revenge by the same score. All 3 goals scored by Ivy Aggie. One was straight in from the corner kick, and then the other 2 were just Ivy Aggie doing Ivy Aggie things, including a 60-yard bomb right after Delaney Sullivan scored her second goal. They turned the time on. They blew the whistle. Powell kicked the ball back about 5 yards to where, Aggie was standing, and she just kicked it deep. And I don't know what Aislinn Donahue, what was going through her mind. She jumped up for it, but if she had just taken 2 steps back, it would have hit her in the face, and that would have still rejected the kick. So 3-2, all 3 goals by Ivy Aggie, both goals for Lander by Delaney Sullivan, one with an assist by Blue Blackburn, which I think I see coming up here shortly, and the other one, an assist by Anna Nielsen. This is our Click It or Ticket post-game show brought to you by WyoToday. Remember, no matter... As I get that out of there. 82% of all Wyomingites wear their seatbelts, so be sure to try and make that 100. It's a lot easier than it sounds. Just put on your seatbelt as soon as you get in the car, and you're going to be safer. So, Click It or Ticket post-game show. We're going to have a long talk here with Coach Getz about what we can do to get these girls a win. As we see him coming in right now, I will take one break, get their headset set up, and be right back.
Papa Murphy's is proud to sponsor this week's Player of the Game. For a limited time, enjoy a Papa Murphy's barbecue chicken pizza made with KC Masterpiece barbecue sauce. After the game or anytime, you can't beat the fresh ingredients and authentic flavor of a Papa Murphy's Take and Bake pizza. And you know it's baked right every time because you baked it yourself. Papa Murphy's on North Federal in Riverton. Drop in or order online at papamurphys.com. Go Wolverines!
Welcome back to the Powell Panthers Stadium, where I'm sitting here with our Gatorade Player of the Game, Blue Blackburn, the freshman. And Blue, I know that today didn't go your way. What was different about this Powell team than you saw on Saturday?
I thought that Green River had a much different approach to their play style. I thought that they just played forward a lot. This team was a bit more focused in the middle. They knew how to distribute more, I felt, but that's the main difference I saw. You had a really great assist on the first goal of the day. You assisted Delaney Sullivan on that first goal. What was going through your mind? You had that look. You almost could have taken the shot yourself, but you gave it up unselfishly. Is that something you kind of think of a lot, being unselfish, or did you just see Delaney in that movement? Me and Delaney work really well together in the front, and I think it's just a confidence thing, honestly. It's been really hard for me to just, take those shots on my own, especially in varsity. But I just saw Lainey. She makes really great runs. So she does, and she had 2 goals today. You had your first goal on Tuesday. I wanted to talk to you after that game, but you sprinted off to JV, which is totally okay. What was going through your mind during your first goal? How did that feel? I felt really proud of myself. It was honestly just, such a great moment. The team was, so supportive. Whenever anyone scores, just run over, give them a great big hug, and it was just an awesome moment. I know it's hard when you have to go to JV. You don't get to watch – is Bear your brother? Yeah. You don't get to watch your brother that often, but do you ever sit down with Bear and practice? Do you go in the backyard and kick around? Is that something you guys do when you're not already at practice together? Yeah, for sure. Me and Bear just play a lot together, and I think, honestly, he just, made me more competitive and more tough as a player. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming up here. I know you probably got to go to JV. Yes. We'll talk at you more often throughout the season, but right now I'll let you give it over to your coach, and I'll let you go over to the other field. Thank you so much for stopping by here. Yeah, thank you. That was Blue Blackburn. Assisted goal today, had a goal on Tuesday, and now we're going to sit down with Coach Getz
as we have a loud, I don't know where that speaker was earlier, but Coach Getz, it got away from you today, and it happened on two kind of crazy kicks. The long 60-yard bomb right after Delaney scored, and then in that corner kick just going right in. Those are so disheartening. What's it like as a coach when you're up and those are the shots that go in?
Well, a little bit unlucky, I think, in a couple of regards, especially on the Olympico. Those are pretty rare. They had a little bit of the wind in their favor in that second half, and it kind of plays into it. Makes it a little bit hard for the keeper to judge on both of those two that went in. I think ultimately we played a lot better in the midfield, especially in the first half. We really controlled the tempo of the game and possessed the ball extremely well. Didn't have quite the combination play up top and then the attacking third that we're kind of used to seeing. But overall, I thought we were a bit unlucky.
Unlucky
played a little bit. We played better today. So I was happy. They made some of the adjustments that we worked on in practice. Clearly need to get better in a couple areas. They won a lot of the 50-50 balls in the second half. I think that was the real difference in the game. We weren't able to possess because they were winning those 50-50 balls. So
yeah, I mentioned it a couple times up here. Unlucky might be the word of the day for you guys, because not only, you're right, that wind was a huge factor in the second half. It didn't seem to really be there against Powell in the first half, and I think you hit it right on the nail, right on the head. You guys might have had your best half that first half, defensively and everything, offensively as well. I know you only got one goal up there, but you had a much better first half than I think we've seen all season. When you have a good half like that and you're up, what do you tell the girls at halftime other than, don't let the lead up?
Well, we talk mostly about, staying composed, continuing to do, be true to our process and being disciplined about what it is we're trying to do. We talked about trying to combine play a little bit better in the second half with our forwards, and trying to get Laney. Laney gets a lot of attention. So it's really important for us to kind of play her in the middle so she can play it back out, and then she can move to a new space. And we had a difficult getting the ball back into her the second or third time. And so that makes it a little bit difficult at times, but those are adjustments that we need to make and some recognition. Yeah, it was the 50-50 balls. I think that was a real difference in the game outside of, being a little bit unlucky on the couple of them. But I think the first half was something that we can build on. So I was real happy with how we played in that half.
Definitely. I think we could all see it, just the improvements, especially from the last couple games. The cold, did that affect them down there? It was very windy, obviously, but when I got here, it was snowing when we were shaking hands. And then as soon as that timer started, the snow went away, but it was still extremely cold.
It was a little chilly, yeah. I try not to focus too much on that. Everybody has to kind of play in the same weather as far as that goes, so it shouldn't affect us any more than it affects the other team. Some of the teams we play put the ball in the air a lot, and sometimes when it's windy, that's makes it a bit challenging. We really try to play the ball on the ground consistently, and they get a slight advantage when they put the ball in the air as much as they do.
Last question before I let you go over to JV. You had Annabelle Knockhazel back today, and I think I called her name about 100 times. She always seemed to be in the middle. Her and Georgia Chance together, they stop a lot of balls from moving too far. This tag team, if you can get them going, they can stop everything in the middle and get on offense. What's it going to take to really kind of perfect that there in the middle?
Well, I think ultimately, like I said, I think our midfield three played a lot better. Anna had a really good first half of soccer in the middle, and the three of them can be kind of interchangeable. We're fortunate we can put all three in the middle. They can all three play both sides, but there's a little bit of gap in our transition into attack. We're got to try and find that balance between being disciplined defensively and how we transition into attack, and so our forwards aren't quite so isolated, and we get our midfield up we're still maintain shape and space to be able to defend when the ball comes back. So, yeah, I think we've made some progress this week, and I look forward to getting back to training and working on a few things and keep moving forward.
Well, this is your last game of the week. I know I said last question, but you have yet to see Pinedale this year. What do you know about that team? Are you looking forward to the game on Tuesday? What's going to be the game plan there?
Well, I think for Pinedale is definitely a team that likes to play the ball in the air a lot. So I think we're going to need to get the first touch on the ball. We need to settle, get it on the ground where we can play our game. If we can do that successfully, then we should have a good game against them.
Well, hey, good luck on that game. And sorry today didn't go your way. It was very close. I mean, we were sitting there as soon as that third goal by Ivy Aggie went in. I mean, I was extremely shocked that went in the way it did. And I thought you guys had a lot of momentum after that Delaney Sullivan goal, the second one, I should say, as she scored 2. And, I mean, just to see that momentum immediately shift to Powell was just kind of disheartening. So,
yeah, I think that's part of a young team. They get excited when there's a goal, and then there's a little bit of a let-up. As you get older and more competitive in your soccer, other teams aren't going to let up. So you have to maintain your focus for, the entire time. And I think we kind of let down just a little bit. Weren't expecting anything like that, and they were able to take advantage of that. So.
Well, hopefully we have a different game on Tuesday. Again, that game's going to be at Pinedale, 3 and 5 p.m., 3 o'clock for the girls, 5 o'clock for the boys. Coach, we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
On therapy, our people make the difference. You can live pain-free. The amazing staff at Teton Therapy can help in Lander and Riverton.
Hey there, how's your day going? Frustrating. My car's check engine light came on and they can't take it in till next week. And then Max, our Rottweiler, chewed up my glasses and I'm going to have to wait at least a week to get another pair. It seems you have to wait for everything important. I know the feeling. Some things seem to take forever to get done. Forgot to ask, how's your day? I had to take my daughter into the clinic to have her arm looked at. Let me guess. You had to wait to get an appointment. What was it, 1 week, 2 weeks? Same day. What? Same day? We go to Hot Springs Health. They offer same-day appointments at all their clinics. Riverton, Shoshone, Thermopolis, Worland, and Basin. You just call the clinic and you have an appointment in a matter of minutes. It's easy and so convenient. Wow, so Hot Springs Health actually values our time? Thanks for the advice. Now if I could only get a same-day appointment for Max. He hasn't been the same since he ate my glasses. He keeps running around and making a spectacle of himself.
For more information or directions, please visit hotspringshealth.com, your hub of healthcare in the Basin.
When you think about wellness, do you think about long walks, nutrition, having a personal trainer? No matter what your idea of wellness looks like, you can find yourself at Gotchi Gym. Their 1,900 square foot facility makes them one of the largest gyms open to the public in Wyoming. Be the best version of yourself with state-of-the-art equipment from senior to strongman. Take advantage of having a bistro on site as well as a certified NASM personal trainer. Take the first step in reaching your goals. Gotchi Gym. Gotchi Rehabilitation is always looking for new team members. See more at gotchi.org. Wyoming Community Bank is ready to serve you. Stop in at any one of their branches located in Riverton, Lander, and DuBois. A bank that is owned and operated by the locals of Fremont County. Wyoming Community Bank. They're here to help you.
During winter storms, it doesn't take long for roads to turn slick. Snowfall is often accompanied by high winds, and blowing and drifting snow can make it difficult to see the road. Speed limits are based on dry pavement conditions and good visibility. Be ready to reduce speed and increase following distance. Crashes are twice as likely to happen when it's slick out, and it's usually because someone is driving too fast for conditions. Remember, when there's ice and snow, take it slow. This message is brought to you by WYDOT.
Welcome back, and speaking of WYDOT, we are about to end our Click It or Ticket post-game show. Final score here, Powell Lady Panthers 3 and the Lander Valley Lady Tigers 2. Coach Getz mentioned to me, I didn't want to bring it up on air just in case, but Allie Atnip did get injured in that final game, final couple minutes on Tuesday, it looks like. So that freshman, Kennedy Bernard, that started today, one of her first soccer games ever, Coach said. Surprised that not a member of JV that might be older, or maybe I see a lot of sophomores and juniors on here, but Kennedy Bernard got the start today. She did well in the role. She got a little locked up when some players came up on her. She just kick it out, but she will be learning from that position for the foreseeable future. He didn't tell me what the injury was to Atnip, just that it might be a little while. So we're going to go ahead and transition out of our Click It or Ticket post-game show. Big thanks to WYDOT for sponsoring. Remember, 82% of all Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. Let's try and boost that up to 100%, especially with snow still falling in different parts of Wyoming, including Riverton tonight where I'm at. So before I do that, I want to make sure we get both players of the game in here, as the Gatorade player of the game given to Blue Blackburn while she was up here talking to us. And I think it's easy to see the Papa Murphy's player of the game go to the girl with 2 goals, and that'd be Delaney Sullivan. So I'm sure Delaney's getting tired of Papa Murphy's by now. And with that, we are going to head directly into our Hampton Inn and Suites pregame show for the boys. The boys losing on Saturday 4-3. That was a very physical game against Powell. It had a few moments there. No Callum Wheeler, no Lozier, Sequil Lozier. I always say his name wrong. I apologize. No Lozier was on the field, and there was just injuries galore. And right at the end, with about a minute left, Bear Blackburn had a free kick from about 20 yards away. If that had gone in, it would have ended in a tie game for sure, or at least gone to overtime. And with that, the Coach Brett Prenz even said a little bit later after the game, he didn't count that as a loss because of how well they played and how close they got. But they will be looking to avenge a loss today, much like the girls did against Lander today. And at the moment, Powell working with a few strong players here. It's going to be Wilkins, Radakovich. I'm sorry, that was Cody. I'm looking at Cody's roster from last week here. It's going to be Chance Franks, the returning all-stater for Powell. Powell is very experienced. Lots of seniors, lots of juniors, no freshmen whatsoever on their varsity team. Meanwhile, you look at the Lander boys, they have quite a few freshmen, not all of them playing, but quite a few freshmen. And it was Silas Wheeler with a penalty kick against Powell on Saturday. Carter Ayers had a goal, and Callum Wheeler had a penalty kick as well. That was where they got their 3 goals from. And Chance Franks scored a goal on Saturday, as well as a couple players for Powell. So we're going to watch those names quickly, and with just under 3 minutes to go, let's get into our keys to the game, sponsored by Lander Journal. Remember, you can start or continue your subscription to the Lander Journal, the Ranger, or Wind River News by going to 421 East Main Street, or you could give them a call at 307-856-2244. Again, that's the Lander Journal, the Ranger, and Wind River News, and that's 307-856-2244. Start or continue your subscription today if you want to see some pictures and some stories from this game, as well as the Riverton girls game that ended in a 3-3 tie. There's going to be a lot of attention today on Callum Wheeler and Silas Wheeler, both of which definitely attract more and more players every single game as they watch film about these teams. We are going to get Finn Richards. He injured himself in the last game. Good to see he's back. And it looks like Lozier is also going to be back. As I can see all the numbers. Yes, okay. And with that, you're going to really have to focus in on Silas Wheeler and Bear Blackburn, trying to get some offense started. It can't be all Carter Ayers, as Ayers was the only one that scored a goal, not a penalty kick, against this team on Saturday. You got to get someone besides Carter Ayers some confidence, and one of those guys has to be Silas Wheeler or Bear Blackburn. As far as their defense and as far as Powell goes, they're going to have to hone in on Chance Franks. He's their big guy that makes a lot of doesn't make a lot of mistakes, I should say, and he's the one that gets the ball very, very often. So they're going to have to hone in on him. Quite a few Lander players sitting here in street clothes. That includes a couple familiar names like Braden Lincoln, and that looks like Jacob Rudd in some street clothes. So we will see just who's injured, who's not. And with that, we will exit our Lander Journal keys to the game and get to our Sutherland starting lineups here as the boys for both teams here coming out. And I could read off the Lander Tigers names just right off the bat here. I see Cody Elliott starting at goalie. Remember, Aiden Hayford broke his collarbone against Powell, I believe it was. Yes, it was Powell. And so Cody Elliott, the senior, going to get the goalkeeper start here. Silas Wheeler, a senior. Eric Harms, a senior, going to play defensive line. Carter Ayers, a senior, starting. Bear Blackburn, a junior. Otis Beeson. Got to make sure I read these numbers right. Otis Beeson, the captain, starting on defense. Finn Richards, the sophomore, starting on the attack. Number 23, Logan Witzke, the backup goalie. He's going to be senior. He's playing. Saquil Lozier. I'm just going to say Lozier. I feel so bad every time I mess up his name. So Lozier, the sophomore, starting. And then Colton Laird, the junior, and senior Callum Wheeler starting as well. And for the Powell boys, I see number 77. That's Holden Cooper. We're going to get a national anthem here first. Beautiful rendition there again. Oh, sorry about that. What was your name? Jaden Hampton with the beautiful rendition of the national anthem. And I see a few Hamptons on the Powell JV team. She's not on there, but oh, she is on the varsity girls team. I don't know why she wasn't playing right then. But let's get back to this. As they introduce the Lander Tigers, as I already did, I will introduce the Powell Panthers. So Holden Cooper at goalie, Jacob Orr, the senior there. Number 4, Parker Williams, the junior. Number 5, Logan Jensen, the senior. Again, this is all seniors and juniors on this team. There is no freshmen on this team. Number 7, Steven Stambaugh. Let me get my binoculars here. Number 9, Bryce Haslam. Number 11, Landon Hernandez. Number 15, Morgan Hobbs. Number 16, Cameron Carpenter. Number 18, Will Jackson. And number 22, the All-Stater we mentioned earlier, the junior, Chance Franks. So we are set and ready to go up here as we wait for the Sutherland starting lineups to wrap up. Just want to remind you, if you are fixing up your house, if you're building a cat shelter, if you're just fixing a hole in your wall, be sure to visit Sutherland's Home Improvement Store in Riverton off North Federal. Sutherland's, for all your home improvement needs and building materials, shop Sutherland's. And that'll actually do it for our Hampton Inn & Suites pregame show. I want to give a big shout out to Hampton Inn & Suites, as I always do, for giving me a bed to sleep in when I first moved here. Gave me 3 months worth of a hotel room to make my own. and it was a great time as far as how much fun I had and how many people I got to meet when I first met here. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Hampton Inn and Suites, so big thanks to them. And we're about to get started here from Powell as the boys look to go 2-0 against the Lander Tigers, and the Tigers trying to avenge a 1-goal loss that very easily could have been a tie or even a win for Lander with the way that game was not only reffed, but with the injuries, the red cards, everything that happened in that game. Lander just stepped on their own feet and tripped themselves up way too often. And Coach Prinz mentioning that in our last post-game show on Tuesday against Green River, just too many mistakes, especially late in the game, that give these Lander Tigers some fits. So we're going to move this chair, and we're going to stand up here, and we're going to get ready for some soccer here as the boys of Lander take on the boys of Powell. Panthers versus Tigers, all Cats right now. As Powell starts off the ball, their numbers on the front very hard to read, so I'm going to have to wait a little bit for them to run around, and I'm sure we'll start to get a feel as Chance Franks, the number 22, really the only one you need to watch out for as far as early on here. Lander gets it back around, and they get it on the defensive side. Lozier coming up, gives it up to Carter Ayers, and Ayers very close to this touchline. He moves around, nice little move to get past number 7, Steven Stambaugh, and he ends up getting it back out to Wheeler. Wheeler too far for Finn Richards. It's going to go out of bounds. 30 seconds in and out of bounds. Parker Williams going to throw it in for Powell. He throws it up to Chance Franks, and he kicks it high where Callum Wheeler has to end up getting it. Now it goes to Carter Ayers. Ayers, sorry about that, Cameron. Nice move. Over to Bear Blackburn. Again, just a little bit too long for Finn Richards, and Richards extends that leg, gets up a little loose there as I'm sure he got almost near the splits as Powell moves it up on that far side touchline up to number 9, Bryce Haslam. Ball goes across the center circle, stolen away by Lozier, and Lozier ends up losing it back out. It's going to go into the legs of the captain, Jacob Orr, with a nice lead up there, but it's going to be kicked away easily by Callum Wheeler. And then a header by Powell ends up going the wrong way, and luckily the goalie there, he should not be able to grab that, though. That should have been a kick. Remember, if your own team kicks it back to you, you're not allowed to pick it up. Granted, that wasn't a kick, that was a header, so maybe the rules are a little different there, as number 15, Morgan Hobbs, who got a yellow card on Saturday against Lander. He runs it up out of bounds. The throw-in to Finn, over to Silas. Silas Wheeler moves across the middle third. Nice pass to Carter Ayers. Oh, Ayers runs into a body. That's number 2. That's Orr. And Orr hit the dirt as he gets it back up to Beeson. Beeson over to Bear Blackburn. Blackburn on the near side moves right past number 7, Steven Stambaugh. Nice move as he goes around the edge, tries to do it again. And this time Stambaugh gets the better of him, kicks it out. It's going to be Lozier throwing it in. Lozier throws it in close to this touchline, right to Ayers. Dangerous. Ayers moves around. Nice little footwork. Gets it to Silas. Silas over to Beeson. Almost gets it stolen away, and he does. The clear out, though, goes right to Witzke. Witzke up to Finn Richards. Richards tries to cross, and he didn't put enough oomph behind it, so it's stolen by Powell. Stolen by Cameron Carpenter, and a long pass goes too far. Ooh, Callum Wheeler, a weird angle there. Got the ball back here to the midfield, though. Stambaugh kicked it far to the other side of the pitch. Powell still has it. Now Carter Ayers runs to the ball, tries to get it up to Silas Wheeler, but Silas wasn't there in time. Carter moving around. Silas now back over to Bear. Bear in the middle of the pitch, gives it up to Finn on the far side. Finn moves past one player but gets it stolen away by Will Jackson. Jackson gets it up, and it's stolen away by Silas Wheeler at the center circle. He gets it up to Carter. And Lander has had trouble starting early. Right now they're really pushing a lot of offense, but so far nothing towards the goal. They're getting stuck up right at the edge of the middle third. Now they move in. They get it up to Bear. Bear loses it, and now Lozier has to come up to it. Lozier takes a dip, takes a fall, and number 15 with the ball, Morgan Hobbs now, puts it off to Franks. Franks' ball is kicked away It's going to go all the way back towards the goalie. Cooper going to take this ball, throw it, and I don't know who he was throwing it to, but Carter Ayers was closer to it than anyone. End up getting into the legs of Chance Franks, and Carter Ayers trips up Franks first. Good sportsmanship, though, as he helps him up. Number 7, Steven Stambaugh. Going to take a long free kick here. Deep all the way towards the goalie box and ends up getting kicked out of bounds. No, oh, nice save. Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry I didn't get that on camera. I thought the ball was going to be way over the goal, and the wind ends up pushing it down. Luckily, Cody Elliott was not lacking on that one. He was sitting there waiting for it and pushed it out. As 35 minutes coming up on the clock here, 5 minutes down as Powell continues to push, and now they're pushing deep again. Number 15, that's Morgan Hobbs, still working down in the attacking third for Powell. Ball goes out of bounds, though. It's going to stay Panther ball. The ball goes directly to Bear Blackburn. He kicks it. He saves it from going out of bounds. He tries to kick it past two players, ends up going out of bounds anyways. Last time I was in Powell was with Ernie Over and my wife. She was about 6 months pregnant then. We came up here for the basketball tournament as this ball kicked towards the goal and ends up being saved by Carter Ayers, who just puts a shoulder in front of it. And as I was about to say, we stayed at a Airbnb out here in Powell. There aren't many. Ball goes out of bounds again, and I'm going to be on the lookout for the cat that came up, sat on our front porch and let us pet it and feed it for about an hour at our Airbnb as the ball goes past the Lander defense. And number 20, who was that? That was a good opportunity. And that's number 16, Cameron Carpenter. He had a look at the goal, and the ball came off his foot just a little odd, went short. Otherwise, I mean, he had an open goal. Cody Elliott was not in preparation for that. The ball staying high up in the air. Lander kind of loses it. Powell ends up saving it, getting it in with Bryce Haslam, and now a long kick gets stopped in the air again by the wind. I mean, this wind is just not helping either of these teams out as Franks moves past two players. Now he's trying to move past Beeson. He does. He moves past another. He's going to take this shot. Possibly he's going to take the stop, and he crosses it too short. Ends up going out of bounds. Last touch by Powell. Callum Wheeler had an opportunity to stop and clear it. He ends up getting put on his butt there, and it doesn't go out of bounds on Callum, thankfully. Callum going to take this kick. The wind is literally moving the ball. That's how strong this wind is. As the wind actually shifted from going towards the box out to away, moving left to right now. So kind of in favor of Lander, but Powell still getting this ball in the attacking third. The ball ends up getting kicked to Bear Blackburn. Blackburn kicks it high, and he pushes over Chance Franks. And now the two go at it. They almost head each other, and Bear Blackburn has to end up kicking it back. Dangerous look there as Stambaugh heads it now, and it goes out of bounds. Boy, Bear Blackburn and Chance Franks, they know each other, especially from Saturday. Lozier throws it in, throws it to Colton Laird, who gets pushed to the ground, kind of fell over on his own as he was trying to chest the ball. And now this ball, with the wind going up against it, just stops dead. Lozier was looking for it in front of him. It literally stopped behind him. And now a header gone awry, and I think they were offsides, was Powell. As number 16, Cameron Carpenter, going to fix his shoe, his cleat. Little chilly up here. As I open the window, I want to give everyone a better view. I'd rather be cold than have to rearrange the camera around these windows. Callum Wheeler going to take this shot. Long ball. Kicked up in the air by Will Jackson and saved by Silas Wheeler. Wheeler over to Blackburn. Blackburn moves with it up to Colton Laird, and Colton Laird just couldn't hang on to it, and now it's back up to Beeson. Beeson tries to get it to Ayers and ends up getting it back to himself. Almost goes out of bounds, but it's going to be saved here by 16, Cameron Carpenter. Carpenter kicks it high for his teammate, and it's knocked out of the way by Eric Harms. The ball, a nice lead for Powell, but Callum Wheeler going to get to it first. And Callum with a little stop step and tries to get around number 9. That's Bryce Haslam. He finally does. He gets it up to Silas. Silas Wheeler, a little 1-2 buckle my shoe, and he kicks it towards the sideline, kicked out of bounds, though. Oh, my goodness. The girls of Riverton are actually still in overtime. I just got the update. That was 12 minutes ago. We'll get a final score from Riverton as the Lady Wolverines, I thought that they had not won a game for the first time this year, ended in a 3-3 tie against Natrona County. And I don't understand the last text I got, but it does look like they're still in overtime. As the boys of Lander finally get into the attacking third here, as it's Finn Richards going up the left side of the box on the wing. He crosses. Oh, Laird was there, and it was saved nicely by number 2, Jacob Orr. Ends up going out of bounds. It's going to be a corner kick. And Finn Richards looked to take it. Now it's going to be Bear Blackburn going up. And Olympico, that was the word I couldn't think of earlier for the kick by Ivy Aggie. Let's see if that can happen here for Bear. The ball gets picked by the wind and goes super far past the back of the goal line. That went over the top of the goal by a mile. This ball going to be kicked in by the goal box. 29:15 to go. As number 77, Holden Cooper, just going to kick it short. Now it's going to come up here to Steven Stambaugh. Stambaugh kicks it low. Again, it's a little bit wet out there on the field. You can kind of see it when they kick low passes. And, wow, what a move by Carpenter to get past. And now he's going past another. Not if Lozier has anything to do with it. Lozier stops it up, gets it up to Beeson now. Beeson to Blackburn. Blackburn. Finn Richards had to come to the ball, and luckily he got there in time. Now Silas Wheeler has it at the center circle. Nice passing, a little bit too hard there, and Carter Ayers ends up moving all the way back. Carter gets it kicked away, and it goes out of bounds. Lozier going to throw this in here right by Coach Brett Prenz. That's him on the left in the gray jacket. Lozier, the throw goes directly into the head of number 7. That's Stambaugh again. The ball back and forth now. Lander trying to get something started on offense, and Powell instead keeps it in the middle third. Now Carter Ayers has it with some room to move. He moves past one player, kicks him down to the ground, and now a short pass doesn't go his way, but he gets the ball right back. Could have taken a shot there. Now Bear Blackburn in the middle of 3 players. Something hit the ground. I don't know what it was. And the ball goes high off the top of the goalpost. And they have a chance here. It's going to be headed, and no one was there for it. And, whoa, Finn Richards had an opportunity, man. Finn Richards had an opportunity to head it into the goal. He instead heads it for a pass. And the only player that even could have gotten there was Colton Laird. And he was just a little bit too far away. Opportunity missed by Lander. They had a lot on Tuesday. And the ball, trying to be cleared by Powell, ends up going into Carter Ayers. Now Bear Blackburn has it. He has to avoid a body going into his knees. As Carter Ayers moves around the side, he gets kicked out by Powell. 27-10 left on the first half. Carter Ayers, a rare throw-in by Ayers. I think he's going to wait. Yes, he's going to give it to Lozier. Lozier was even like, what are you doing? Lozier has 6 bodies he can throw it to, obviously the 3 closest. And instead, he's going to give it all the way back to to Otis Beeson. Lozier now has it. Moves towards Carter Ayers. Tries to pass it off, and Stambaugh stops it. Gets it close to the touchline, and that's where Beeson has it, and Beeson's going to kick it out of bounds on accident. Hard to gauge just how hard you need to kick it right here by the touchline, it seems like, especially with the wind blowing directly towards us. As number 16, Cameron Carpenter, keeps moving, and now he's got an opportunity. He could take the shot. He ends up going further with it, and Eric Harms with a nice save. Now back to Franks. Franks kicks it over, and now inside is number 15, Morgan Hobbs. Oh, and another opportunity there by Powell, but luckily cleared out by Lander. They're going to keep moving it, and Lozier ends up getting it, and he's going to clear it and clear it high. Ball stops dead in the air right at the center circle. That's where Colton Laird is. And Finn Richards has it on the far side. Is he going to go out of bounds with it? Oh, little bully ball there by Powell's number 18. That's Will Jackson. He let Finn Richards know he was there. And just a lot more energy from this Powell team. I mean, the Lander body just kind of sitting there waiting for their opportunity. And meanwhile, the black jerseys are running at full sprint to try and get everywhere they can as Franks goes all the way down the touchline. He's going to stop. He's going to put it up against, who is that? Silas Wheeler, and he ends up kicking it far and wide and out of bounds. As we have a substitution coming in, number 15, Craig Hansen, a typical starter for Lander, comes in for Carter Ayers, and Ayers asking the ref to look at his thigh. Little blood there, as I can see it too, as he may have hurt himself. And he wasn't coming in for Carter Ayers. He's coming in for Logan Witzke. And immediately Hansen going to throw it in. Has to throw it in with two hands. He does so to Finn, and Finn just barely keeps it inside the field of play. And the ball a little bit curved, and it goes into the legs of Steven Stambaugh instead of Carter Ayers. And now Powell moving, Stambaugh with the cross, and it goes too far left. The wind might have had something to do with that. And, a nice pass by Lozier up to Ayers, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Orr. Lozier going to throw it in with just over 24 minutes to go in the first half. He throws it into Bear. Bear Blackburn's chest does not do the work that he wants it to, as Franks ends up stealing it. Franks over to Jackson. Jackson now gets a return by Finn Richards. Richards knocks him to his tail. Richards falls away, and Bear Blackburn ends up having to play some defense, and now it's going to be Craig Hansen with the ball on the far side, trying to keep it away from Bryce Haslam. Haslam ends up getting it on that far side touchline. He gets a cross over to 15, Morgan Hobbs. Hobbs going to take the shot with the left foot, stopped by Callum Wheeler. Nicely done. The putback was put back by number 16. It's Cameron Carpenter, but that putback was easily blocked by Elliott. That was all thanks to Callum Wheeler, the All-Stater from last year. As Beeson has it now in the middle third. Moves with it, kicks a nice lead all the way up to Finn Richards, and it's going to go out of bounds, sadly. That was a great lead. Richards, if he had just a tidbit more Tyreek Hill in him, he might have been able to catch up to that, but that was going to be difficult from the jump. As now number 23, Jason Medina, comes in for Powell, and coming out is, that's 16. That's Cameron Carpenter, the one that just had the shot on the goal. Powell going to throw it in here with 22:45 to go. I don't know what we're waiting on. Maybe we're waiting on the wind to change. Something's happening. I see a white jersey on the ground. That's Bear Blackburn. He was just taking a break, it seems like. As 20 seconds came off the clock there, just waiting for the whistle. No clock stoppage. Powell moves with it. Nice pass up to Morgan Hobbs. Stolen away and kicked out. Oh, last touch by Powell. I thought that might have been Lander. The throw-in gets headed by Powell. Silas Wheeler with a little behind-the-back kick. Doesn't work. Chance Franks a little dangerous there. And now he kicks it over, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touch off the head of number 7, Stambaugh. Oh, a bad throw-in by Carter Ayers. He was trying to hit Bear Blackburn in stride and just threw it too far behind him as Franks gets past 3 different Lander players. Finally, Lozier with the clear out. Gets into the feet of Carter Ayers, now headed to Colton Laird. Ayers and Laird back and forth, trying to figure out who wants it the most. Now Silas Wheeler has it. Wheeler looks to cross. He passes it over to Finn Richards with a nice move. And Finn has an opportunity here to cross himself, and there was no one waiting for it. Bear Blackburn and Colton Laird both had opportunities to run up to it. Now Silas Wheeler has it. He's going to have to take a shot. Doesn't get past a black jersey, and it goes past and cleared out as we approach the halfway mark. Callum Wheeler up to Beeson. Beeson to Bear Blackburn. Blackburn, the brother to Blue Blackburn, who we talked to after the girls' game just a little bit ago. Oh, nice move in between two players there by Otis Beeson. He gets it to Carter Ayers, now over to Silas Wheeler, and his pass just kicked out of bounds, and that's going to be a corner kick. Should be anyway for Lander as Bear Blackburn goes and assumes the position. The wind, I'm going to zoom in on this corner flag here. You can see just how hard that wind is. It's not easy to predict where this ball is going to go, especially on a corner kick. The ball high, again, so high and so left. I don't know how to explain it. It just gets picked up by the wind, and that's the second corner kick to just have the wind take it and go directly behind the goal. If Lander was on the other side, we very may well have gotten a much better ball. Under 20 minutes to go now. Difficult to gauge this wind, especially as it falls and then speeds back up. And the classic joke I heard as I first moved to Wyoming is, what's the difference between wind in Wyoming and wind in Florida? And that's that we don't name our wind up here in Wyoming. As Chance Franks comes off the field, number 4, Parker Williams, comes back on. I saw him just get off, so I don't know what's happening. Chance Franks immediately goes to the athletic trainer and has him look at his right leg. So that's a big boost for Lander. That's definitely one of their best players, the only returning All-Stater for Powell. The ball high by Lander and a dangerous kick there by Otis Beeson. Now Silas Wheeler, a little bully ball to get chest off of Parker Williams, and now the ball moves, and it's going to be in the feet of Cameron Carpenter. Gets past Lozier. Now Lozier stands up, and he stands him up, and now he moves again, and another move, and Lozier ends up getting the steal anyway, and it's kicked almost out of bounds. Finally is out of bounds. Who's it going to go to? It's going to be Powell ball. Dangerous here. Hustling for the ball is Powell. Every single player as Chance Franks gets that wrap on his knee immediately and comes right back towards the sideline. He's going to come in at the next timeout or the next stoppage of play here as Eric Harms takes that, the senior who's gotten to start 2 or 3 games in a row now. He started originally with Lozier out due to the red card, and Silas Wheeler is on the ground. And Silas Wheeler is getting up gingerly and in a lot of pain. We might have an injury clock stoppage here. And that is not who you want to be hurt. Silas Wheeler, a huge asset to this offense. Wheeler had 2 goals on the weekend, one a penalty kick and the other a goal, a nice assist by Bear Blackburn. That was against Cody. Deep ball goes directly towards the 35-yard line. Carter Ayers and Otis Beeson kind of arguing about who wants it the most, and now it's over to Silas. Silas, again, walking just a little gingerly on that right ankle as the ball goes into the legs of Orr. Orr kicks it out. Now Otis Beeson has it, kicks it back to Lozier. Lozier, a long cross, actually a good-looking pass to Finn Richards off his chest and high. Finn Richards falls before it gets to number 18, Will Jackson, who kicks it high. And then over there is Craig Hansen. He tries to lead Bear Blackburn a little. It gets stopped up by a couple black jerseys and then kicked out of bounds by Powell. Under 17 to go here. Still 0-0. And Callum Wheeler with a long pass, low. Little back and forth now between Callum and 2 Powell players as they get it finally into the attacking third here. Oh, but stolen away by Powell as soon as I said that. Powell doing a good job clearing. They do it there. And they lead number 16, Cameron Carpenter, a little too much. It's going to be Lander ball. They kick it over the head. And now Colton Laird had an opportunity. He should have tried to chest it down or something. He just let it roll right past him. Laird had an opportunity right there for sure. As we approach 16 minutes to go, the throw-in, a long one to Parker Williams, and Williams' pass deep, almost perfectly led, but Callum Wheeler was there playing defense. Finn Richards now has to get past a couple black jerseys. He gets past one. He moves towards another, and then he leads himself just a little bit too long. It's going to go out of bounds. It's going to be kicked out by Powell. Finn Richards going to take this, and he's going to give it over to, I believe that's Craig Hansen. It is Craig Hansen. He's going to throw it in from right past the 20-yard line over to Otis Beeson. Beeson back to Wheeler, Callum Wheeler. Callum takes the kick long, and it hits off a Powell body. Carter Ayers trying to save it, and it's going to be kicked out of bounds. Nice move by Carter to apply some pressure there on Steven Stambaugh. Bear Blackburn gets the inbound pass. He moves right up to the touchline, tries to keep it, and he can't. Pushed out of bounds nicely by Powell. Now we're going to get Franks finally coming back in. He's coming in for 16, Cameron Carpenter. And who does the ball directly go to? It goes to Chance Franks. Franks puts it underneath the legs of Bear Blackburn. Bear just puts his hands up as that lead was perfectly placed towards Morgan Hobbs. And I think Cameron Carpenter wanted a little pushing foul as Chance Franks just pulled him to the side and pushed it underneath his legs. Chance gets that little steal off the inbound pass and nicely pushes it to Morgan Hobbs. Hobbs now runs up the touchline. Tries to short pass it. Now Eric Harms, he saves it. Passes it far over to Craig Hansen. Hansen moving with a purpose here. Hansen, the long pass to Colton Laird, and it's too long. Powell steals it, and Otis Beeson ends up trying to get it back. Now Silas Wheeler has it up to Carter Ayers. Nice little back and forth passing. Silas at the halfway mark gets it to Ayers. Ayers going up against Franks and Parker Williams. He has to kick it back to Lozier. Lozier a crossing kick over to Hansen. Hansen a little bit too hard off his shin. Gets it up to Beeson. Beeson playing some bully ball too. And it's going to go out of bounds. Last touched by Powell. Good move by Beeson there. 13:35 to go in this first half. Bear Blackburn just going to kick it, and he kicks it right out of bounds. I don't know exactly. Oh, that was the spare ball. The throw-in off of a head goes out of bounds, so they're just going to move up and do this all over again. Hansen throws it towards Silas. Silas Wheeler kicks it up in the air back to Craig, and Hansen loses the ball. Chance Franks does a kick around Lozier nicely, and Eric Harms and Chance Frank collide. No whistle. Chance Franks gets up, kicks the ball again. It's going to go out of bounds. Last touched off of Beeson's leg. And we're going to get a sub in here. It's Cameron Carpenter coming back in. Carpenter coming in for number 9, Bryce Haslam. Almost halftime, still 0-0. And watch me jinx that as this kick goes long and high, and Chance Franks is sitting there waiting for it. He tries to head it toward the goal. Not if Eric Harms has anything to do with it. He kicks it, and boy, a ball just straight up in the air. I mean, when I say straight up, it was a 90-degree angle, and as soon as it hit about 10, 15 feet in the air, the wind took it and pushed it all the way to the touchline on the far side. That's just what this wind is doing. As another whistle here, as something happened in between a scrum there for Powell. It's going to be at the 40-yard line. No, it's going to go back. It's going to go back to the 32-yard line where Callum Wheeler is waiting to kick this ball long. Callum said in our post-game interview on Tuesday, more players need to take some shots. He plays defense, and he takes just as many shots as the attackers and the midfielders do as the ball keeps rolling because of the wind. And Callum Wheeler ends up getting it down here off the head of Jacob Orr. Almost lost. Luckily, Silas Wheeler was there, as well as Otis Beeson. And Silas Wheeler, obviously that right ankle hurting him. He's taken a fall every couple minutes now. Bear Blackburn gets it towards the middle third. Now he goes into the attacking off of Carter Ayers. Ayers moves around one player, tries to get past another, gets it to Finn. Finn Richards stops, and it's just kicked right back out by Powell. Oh, a long shot by Callum Wheeler. Almost went past everyone, and instead it's going to go out. No, they save it nicely to Parker Williams. You thought that might have gone out of bounds. The wind definitely helped that one. And Williams moves up the touchline, Ends up getting stolen away. No, kicked past Lozier. And Lozier can't believe it, but Otis Beeson gets it back. Beeson tries to do the same thing, and the wind ends up kicking it out that time. Ooh, I see coffee. I wonder where I can get some coffee right now, as we have a 2.5-hour drive after this game towards this gray sky to our right here on the south side of the field. Chance Franks tries to get the ball in between two players. You can see Lander doubling Chance whenever he gets near the ball. Otis Beeson just going to take a long shot, and with 10.5 to go, it's going to be Powell ball. Nothing overly impressive by either team here. Powell had a few good looks early in this half. Lander had a few good looks in the middle of this half. So far, the last 10 minutes has really been just a lot of back and forth. Chance Franks now kicks it deep, and the lead gets broken up by Eric Harms. Harms out to Silas Wheeler. Wheeler over to Beeson. Beeson has to kick it back towards the halfway line, and now all the way across the center circle to Lozier, who brings it into the middle. He gets it up to Craig Hansen. Hansen has to set up. He gives it up to Bear Blackburn, and it gets stolen away. Hansen has to work on Morgan Hobbs, and Hobbs, he kicks it deep, and that ball should be in the hands of Cody Elliott, and it is. Under 10 minutes to go here. And it's about time that Lander gets something going, but they can't. They almost got it going as number 7, Steven Stambaugh, really put a stop on it. And now down in the attacking third, they're going to look at a shot. They're going to cross? No, it's going to go off of the leg of a Lander player, though, it looks like. And it's going to be a corner kick, something that Lander has struggled with all season long. The girls lost essentially by a corner kick, an Olympico earlier. And as you can see that flag right there by Chance Franks. Oh, that's not Chance. Did I say 12? I don't see a 12. I don't know who's corner kicking this. I can't see his number. It's not 15. He's coming off. That might be Rim DeVries. Either way, he's kicking this into a crowd. And the ball goes directly into Finn Richards' lap. And Finn going to move out with it, and he's going to kick it deep. And there was Carter Ayers waiting for it. He kicks it back out to Finn. Finn is hugging that tight-roping that touchline, I should say. Out of bounds, last touch by Lander. Almost 8 minutes exactly to go in this first half. Bear Blackburn now has it off of a ricochet. Oh, and Colton Laird had an opportunity, and it's going to go out of bounds. No, it's going to be stopped and saved by Logan Jensen. Out of bounds. Logan Witzke going to take it. He's got gloves on, so he should be throwing in every ball. As I say that, he throws that directly under the foot of Parker Williams, and now it's going to be number 23, Jason Medina with the ball deep into the attacking third. Silas Wheeler gets the ball back, though, and a nice move to get around number 4, Parker Williams. He gets that move out, gets it to Bear Blackburn, who does something similar, and he has to cross over to Beeson. Beeson was too far ahead of it. He ends up getting it anyway, though. Moves into the middle third. Crosses is stolen by Parker Williams. Now it's a good lead past Callum Wheeler. You don't see that happen very much, and Callum ends up corralling it, moving towards the touchline. Callum kicks it deep up the touchline, saved by Carter Ayers nicely. Carter's 1-on-3 right now, and he gets it poked away. He pokes it right back. Finn Richards has it now. Finn loses it out of bounds. Last touched, obviously, by Finn. 6:45 to go in this first half. We're still looking at a 0-0 game. The ball goes into the lap of Lander. Silas Wheeler now has it, moves it towards Bear Blackburn over to Finn. Finn, a nice cross in between 3 different players, but it's really going to go nowhere from here as Bear Blackburn has to kick it high, and Silas Wheeler has a body land over him. Now Colton Laird racing to get to something, and Colton Laird might be called for that, and I think he is. Yes, Colton Laird with a little push-off on number 4, Parker Williams. So they're going to get this free kick right here at the 10-yard line. Under 6 minutes to go in this first half. Kick goes past Silas Wheeler in the middle third as he's up against Chance Franks. He has to kick it back to Beeson. Beeson over to Finn. Finn gets it past one guy, but Carter Ayers doesn't get there in time, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touch by Powell. 5.5 to go. If Lander could end this half with a goal and bring all that momentum into halftime, we've seen that work well for them, especially against Mountain View, and down goes Finn Richards again. Finn exiting the game early the other day with a lower leg injury, and they're going to call a penalty, or a foul, on Powell for that. A foul on Powell would be much more fun to say, but with 5 minutes to go, it's going to be Callum Wheeler with a free kick. A wall of Chance Franks and 2 other players right in front of him. And Callum Wheeler has been practicing these. Let's see what he can do with the wind. The wind is at his back. He could get some help here from the wind, or it might take it too much. If he kicks it too high, that ball is just going to stay at that level and just move with the wind. Here we go. I think he's going to short kick it over to Lozier instead, but that's just me. As Eric Harms has come off, I didn't see who came in for him. It might be Witzke. That's what we've been waiting on. Now we have a clock go, 4:25 to go, and Wheeler takes the kick and he kicks it directly into the wall. And Chance Franks kicks it deep, and this is dangerous. Witzke just kicks it out of bounds and gives his defense time to move. Applause, loud applause here. And this long pass down the field, and Powell, I mean, they have had so many opportunities, just not able to connect. Lander, very, very little opportunities, and Powell, another opportunity, looked like it was going to happen there, and it's going to be a corner kick. So another opportunity incoming for Powell. And with 3.5 minutes to go, Lander looking to just keep this, keep their corner kick woes down as that ball gets taken by the wind and headed away by Finn Richards. Richards now has it again. He's going to clear it. Goes off a Powell body and stays over there. And bodies hit the floor. Next thing you know, it's all the way out here where Steven Stambaugh is. He heads it up and gets it back out to Orr. Orr over to Jensen. Jensen back out and it gets stolen away by Lander. Now Craig Hansen has it. Hansen, a deep pass down to Ayers. Ayers heads it towards Laird. Laird couldn't get to it, though. Stolen away. Now Chance Franks versus Callum Wheeler. All-Stater versus All-Stater. I'm sorry, that's Carter Ayers. I don't know why. They're both wearing stocking caps, Carter and Callum. Chance, a long pass. Dangerous header there in the air as both Cameron Carpenter and Craig Hansen had a head towards it. Now Carpenter going to take a crossing kick. Lander whiffs both shots, and then it goes out of bounds right to the right of the goal. And with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, that was dangerous. That had danger written all over it as 2 Lander players whiffed on the cross, and they had an opportunity to clear them there. Luckily, Cody Elliott didn't have to do anything. It was just about a foot to the right as we get to the 2-minute mark. Out of bounds. And it looks like it's going to stay Lander ball. Poor ball boy, ball girl, I should say, ran super far for. I don't know where all their extra balls are. There's a girl playing with one down here on the track, but getting that ball just took 15 seconds off the clock. And that is not good for Lander. Lander was hoping to get that much sooner as Hansen passes it back to Callum. Callum up to Beeson. Beeson moves past the number 9, Bryce Haslam for Powell. And now, body hits the floor as Lozier hits the dirt. High pass into the center circle. Ends up getting headed by Callum. Double header by Callum there. Now over to Silas Wheeler. Less than 70 seconds to go here. They just keep passing backwards. I think Lander thinks if they keep going backwards that maybe they can trick Powell into running a little bit more people up towards the middle third and get behind them. Either way, that gets stolen away nicely by Powell, and the lead is going to be towards Otis Beeson, who stops it up. 50 seconds to go here. Lander has allowed a late second goal so far this season. They don't want to do it again as Bear Blackburn gets it up to Carter. Carter Ayers has to stop, turn around. Ooh, he takes a shot, and it goes off the legs of Jacob Orr, the captain. And now, they're going to call that on Carter Ayers. And this could be dangerous. 30 seconds to go. They're not even going to wait. Chance Franks, the long pass, the long lead-in. And the ref saying, no, they're going to have to redo this. And this might take enough time off the clock for Lander to feel a little safe here. Here we go. 10 seconds to go. They're going to try it again here. As that is number 7 that kicks it, Stambaugh. And Stambaugh kicks it deep off the head in 3, 2, 1. It's 0-0 at half. So, good defense, not enough offense by either team. Powell with many more shots on the goal and opportunities than Lander, but either way, 0-0 at half. We'll be back with our Central Wyoming College halftime show right after this on WyoToday's YouTube page.
Central Wyoming College now offers Bachelor of Applied Science degrees in Early Childhood Education and Organizational Management and Leadership, with an emphasis in outdoor education, tribal leadership, or business and entrepreneurial leadership. CWC offers 3 ways to learn: online, virtual, and in person. Learn, grow, lead, and advance at Central Wyoming College. CWC is leading the way with expanded programs in the Bachelor of Applied Science degrees.
Visit Lander Gambles to make your home feel like new. They will beat any competitor's price. Stop by to speak to one of the sales agents or visit LanderGambles.com. Lander Gambles will help you find the perfect product that fits your budget and lifestyle. Lander Gambles, 420 Main Street, Lander, Wyoming.
When repairs are complete after a collision, you expect your car, SUV, or truck to look like new. That's the service you'll receive at Stork Auto Body in Riverton. Professionalism and meticulous attention to detail. You can depend on Stork Auto Body, 841 Miniweb Avenue, Riverton.
Riverton's Hampton Inn and Suites is proud to sponsor our youth athletics in Fremont County. Fremont County School Athletics provide our youth timeless experiences and lessons that can lead to success for life. Setting goals, teamwork, and hard work make young athletes into good citizens.
The staff and board at the Fremont County Fair wish to thank everyone who attended the fair this year. Whether you enjoyed Family Day, a night event, entered a craft show, or showed your livestock, thank you for all your efforts. We'll be moving and grooving next year, so stay tuned.
Want access to local news, sports, events, and more? Download the WyoToday app. Now available on all platforms. Stream your favorite radio station, submit something to buy, sell, or trade for deals on the dial, or view contests and special coupons. Better yet, the WyoToday app is the best way to access free HD video of Fremont and Hot Springs County athletics. It's all at your fingertips. Head to your app store or visit WyoToday.com to download the WyoToday app now. From the field to the court to the pool and beyond, Fremont County athletes give their blood, sweat, and tears for their teammates and community. Why compromise that with alcohol or marijuana? Help your athlete make the most of their playing time by avoiding the dangers and impact that substance use can have on their performance and future. For more resources and information, visit FremontCountyPrevention.com.
For decades, Sage West Healthcare has been committed to improving the health of our communities. Today, we're investing more in our communities, in our people, and in advanced medical technologies, so access to better care is closer to home.
A proud sponsor of this broadcast is Bailey Enterprises. For over 50 years, Bailey has become the name you can trust. With Pit Stop Travel Centers, you can fuel up and stock up on trip snacks at locations all over Fremont County. You can also put your trust in Bailey Tire and Auto for service to keep handy for those times when your luck runs out on the road. Refresh at the Speedway Cafe with a dine-in meal or a round of carry-out with a variety of specials to keep you going. Go with Bailey.
Wind River Family and Community Healthcare has clinics located in Arapahoe, Ethity, and Riverton. We provide family medical services along with dental, optometry, behavioral health, physical and occupational therapy, and more. Our in-house lab and pharmacy at all locations make for a one-stop primary healthcare center for your healthcare needs. Wind River Family and Community Healthcare is striving for a stronger, healthier community because Wind River cares. More information can be found at windrivercares.com.
A well-drawn-up game plan can be the difference between wins and losses. The same can be said about your mental health. Making a game plan to talk to your children can make a huge impact on them and help make them feel supported and listened to. The good news is, this winning game plan isn't hard to implement. All it takes is you starting the conversation and being ready to talk. If you need helpful resources and tools, you can visit FremontCountyPrevention.com.
Welcome back here to Powell Panthers Stadium, where we are sitting at a tied game, 0-0, and the Lander, excuse me, I have like the hiccups, but they're not necessarily hiccups. I don't know how to explain it. I just have to keep getting these air bubbles out of here as the Central Wyoming College halftime show has arrived. Second one of the day as we are going to head home after this. And remember, for all information on Central Wyoming College's 4-year bachelor degree programs, as well as their 2-year associate degree programs, and how to earn those degrees from the comfort of your own home, be sure to visit cwc.edu, Central Wyoming College. Make your way out here. Lander looking like they have a lot of fun. They're just not scoring. There's smiles galore on the sides, and Coach Prinz talking to his team now about how they might be able to get a goal up on the board. Reminder, they have been shut out twice, 3 times actually. I might be able to go back and read some of our scores, but I know against Jackson they had a tough game, and against Cody they had a tough game, and they're just when it comes to speed, this team has it. They just don't know how to utilize it on defense as well as they do on offense, so they're stuck on defense quite a bit, and that's been the case for most of the day today. We've been calling a lot more defenders' names than we have attackers, and players like Eric Harms and Callum Wheeler have really kept this game at a tied level, at a tied score, I should say, at a very competitive level. They've got to do something to get this ball up a little bit further. Carter Ayers and Finn Richards have just been sitting there waiting for their opportunities. Carter's been able to get around a few players. Finn's taken a lot of shots. I don't know exactly what else they can do to get past the defense that is Jacob Orr and Steven Stambaugh, as both of those seniors have just been dominating and making sure that Lander doesn't get any passes completed for the most part. So Lander going to have to work with what Powell is giving them. Powell, on the other hand, just has to keep doing what they're doing, and I have a feeling that eventually one of their shots is going to drop. They've had quite a few shots on goal. They're going to be working with the wind now, as Lander had the first half with the wind at their back for the most part. Lander going to be able to work with the wind against them in this one. That might make it even more difficult to come out of here with a win. But right now, 0-0. Lander definitely working a lot more on defense, and they can try their hardest to get back on offense, but they're going to have to at least figure out what the problem is right now to get onto that offensive side. So that'll be the goal of this second half. If they can just put one goal in the board and play this same stout defense, especially right at the goal level where it's been Callum Wheeler and Eric Harms knocking balls out and not allowing Cody Elliott to have to be the last line of defense. If they can keep doing that and they get one shot in there, that's all that they'll really need. So we will take it back, pay some bills, and we'll come back with the second half right after this on WyoToday's YouTube page.
Some say healthcare is a calling. Taking care of others. It's who we are. It's what we do. And what we love. For decades, Sage West Healthcare has been here. For the expected and the unexpected moments in life. As one of the region's largest employers, we're investing in our communities through donated services and charitable contributions. We're investing in our people, technologies, and facilities, so better care is more convenient and available to everyone, right here, close to you and the things that matter most. From maternity through maturity, from pediatrics to primary care, we're making a difference by improving life and health in our communities we love. Sage West Healthcare. Be well, live well. That's why we're here.
The choice is yours. Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card lets you choose from 5% off instantly at the register or special financing on qualifying purchases. That means no forms, no waiting, no rebates. You can choose 5% off instantly with your Sutherland's credit card. Got a big project? Choose special financing. The choice is yours with Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payment required. See store for details. Only at Sutherland's.
Welcome back. As we are about ready to kick off, we want to say thank you to the Central Wyoming College halftime show here. Got a little bit behind as I'm trying to keep up with news in real life and the game in Riverton, which I still don't have a score on that girls game. And I'm going to put 39 minutes on the clock here and start it off when we get there as Powell moving left to right now, and Lander moving right to left. And I saw a hand go up and a whistle. It's going to be Powell ball. 39:30 to go. As quickly, Chance Franks just moves right down the right side, runs into a player. Are they going to call that on Carter? That's not Carter. That's Craig Hansen. Are they going to call that on Craig Hansen? They are. Are we going to get a penalty kick or a free kick? 39-10. Still 0-0, waiting on a ruling here. We're going to get a free kick by Chance Franks, the All-Stater, from right on the right wing corner of this goal box. He's going to be kicking into, he's going to have the wind behind him, kind of. It's moving more or less left to right. He's going to need to kick that ball more left, kind of towards the left side of the goal. And he's right-footed. What's he going to do? It's going to go off the foot of Otis Beeson. Nicely done. And now a bunch of bodies in the air. Lander trying to keep it. Finally, there we go. A nice high ball there. And again, Powell just jumping up in the air as they're moving forward, just bum rushing whoever's in their way. And it's going to go out of the back of the goal. One of the news articles I was reading at halftime is that the U.S. House of Representatives has passed a bill saying that transgender women will not be allowed in federally funded women's sports. And that's going to be a big talking point, and not really out here in Wyoming, as that doesn't necessarily affect us nearly as much. But that's going to be a big talking point for the next couple months, as it's going to move up to the Senate. And that'll be definitely an interesting take, as the Senate is all Democrats, so I don't think that'll pass. But back to the game here. Don't want to get too political and get in trouble, as Callum Wheeler takes this ball and moves it over to Bear Blackburn on the far side touchline. He gets it up to Carter Ayers. Ayers gets the ball stolen away. That doesn't happen very often. And the ball is in the hands of Cameron Carpenter. He has a nice lead over to Stambaugh, and Stambaugh moves it and gets it cleared away. Bear Blackburn now moves past one, gets it over to Silas Wheeler. Nice little touch pass back to Bear. And his lead for Finn Richards goes a little bit too slow. Kicked away. Craig Hansen now. And we have a clock stoppage. Oh, blood coming out of the mouth of, who is that? His jersey number is on the side. That looks like number 15. That's Morgan Hobbs. 37:02 is on the clock. We'll get a resumption of play here. Hope that Morgan Hobbs is okay. Callum Wheeler takes the kick all the way down to the center circle. Goes past Bear Blackburn and headed back into Powell's play. And now Otis Beeson nicely does a good job getting it back to the center circle. Powell moves. Gets it up to their captain, Jacob Orr. Gets it stolen away, and Bear Blackburn now on that far side. He's moving around. He gets past one guy, has to go backwards now. Back to Beeson. Beeson moves past Jason Medina, and a whistle It's going to be Lander ball, 36:25 to go. Didn't see what happened, but ref is talking to Beeson. Beeson just going to take a short kick, and then he's going to kick it long. The wind really grabbed that in the middle and kept it in the middle of the pitch. As Lander now moves into the attacking third, and then Powell kicks it away. Powell couldn't see what happened, but Finn Richards was holding the back of his head. He seems fine now. As Callum Wheeler kicks it back out to Lozier. Lozier doesn't know really what to do with this, so he's keeping going backwards and ends up getting it back to Hansen. Hansen kicks it too far for Callum Wheeler. Wheeler has to stop, reposition himself, and get it back to Lozier. Lozier over to Callum, now back over to Beeson. I don't know who Beeson even thought he was going that to. Logan Witzke didn't move, and now they just have to play a little bully ball to get this ball back. Callum Wheeler ends up kicking it and pushing it to the middle third. That's where Jacob Orr was, but now it's in the feet of Stambaugh. Stambaugh gets it stopped up by Otis Beeson nicely. He kicks it a nice lead up to Carter. Carter airs another lead, and it gets stolen away and cleared out by Powell. That's going to go way far away out of bounds. 35 minutes to go. Powell fans have come out in droves to support their team today in the cold. Lander fans, a 2.5-hour drive seems like nothing in Wyoming. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 15 people, give or take, on the Lander visitors bench. And there was a little bit more for the girls' game as a body goes flying for Powell. That's Chance Franks that took the fall. Ball goes right near the ref. I thought it might have kicked the ref. And nice save by Cody Elliott off of a long shot. Cody Elliott, man, he had to save that with the bottom of his chin. I hear a Powell parent say, I think that's a girl playing keeper. It's not. Cody Elliott just hasn't cut his hair in a very long time. Middle of the center circle, Otis Beeson has it. A lot of Lander jerseys came back to it, so now they have to kind of rush forward. Carter Ayers has it on that far side touch line. It's going to be kicked out of bounds by Powell. 34 to go. Still seeing blood coming out of the mouth over there of Morgan Hobbs. He must have taken a solid lick to the face there. As the ball gets thrown into Bear Blackburn, and trying to save it is Logan Witzke. The wind definitely played a factor on that one. The wind is going to play a factor for the rest of this game as it is being just whipped around. As number 25 comes in, Colton Brewer for number 18, Will Jackson. Brewer a junior, Jackson a junior, so getting no difference in their experience here. As the ball gets headed, and they're going to let Cody Elliott take this kick. Oh, and he kicks it into the leg of his own player, Lozier. And that was a big misunderstanding there as Lozier able to kick it, and Witzke again whiffs. Witzke gets it this time. He gets it up to Ayers. Ayers has to stop it and put it up into the feet of Bear Blackburn. Oh, my, what a mess up there by Cody Elliott. And that has kept Powell just sitting here in the middle third where they're going to kick it, and it's going to go out of bounds. Hansen throws it in quickly to Finn. Finn Richards does not get contact on the ball. And now Silas Wheeler has to recover. Wheeler, too long of a lead for Finn. Hansen going to head it out, though. As we are nearing 8 minutes into this second half, so far still 0-0. Oof. These hiccups are not going away. I apologize. Anyone listening on their speaker or anything, I'm sure you probably just heard that. Now, number 4, Parker Williams, he throws it in to Chance Franks. Franks kicks it a little too hard, and it's going to go out the back of the goal line. 32-12 as Callum Wheeler going to take this goal kick here. Hopefully he doesn't kick it into the back of Lozier like the goalie did just a few seconds ago. See if for a score for Riverton, still nothing. And nearly 30 seconds have come off of this clock. And that could be a good or a bad thing for Lander. We'll see what they decide to do here. In the end, I mean, if there's a goal scored by Powell, all those seconds count, and you start to think about what you could have done with those 30 to 40 seconds that just came off the clock. 31:30 to go. Silas Wheeler has it on the far side. Kicks it back to Witzke. Witzke runs up. He's going to have to give it off to Bear. Bear Blackburn moves past number 25, Colton Brewer, easily. Gets past him twice, actually, and puts him just spinning around like a twist top. Bear Blackburn now moves it and can't get it past two players. And it's going to be kicked out of bounds by Powell. Kicked right into the camera lady. Hopefully she's okay. Throwing it in. Boy, the wind just took that. He threw it forward, and it came out of his hands going sideways. And now Lander having to play defense quickly against two or three players. They do, though, as Silas Wheeler moves up with it, takes it back, kicks it up to Beeson. Beeson gets it stolen away by Brewer, and then kicked out of bounds. Last touch by Lander. And I think the JV game might be over, as that other Fremont County bus is no longer in the backdrop here. I don't know if maybe they just pulled it over to the side. They could be on their way home early. Don't forget, Fremont County, we're supposed to get some snow tonight, so if you're listening to this in Riverton or Lander, be sure you have everything you need. It's not going to be a lot of snow, but an inch, as the throw-in goes too far and into the hands of Elliott. About an inch in Riverton is what I've been hearing, so I'm going to try and get home before that as well, as Elliott just kicks it deep. And he kicks it, and the wind stops it at the 40-yard line. Saved nicely by Carter Ayers. Now Bear Blackburn has it. He has to get it up to Laird, and Laird misses again. Laird is not having his best day, as Craig Hansen kicks it up and high, and Powell going to run towards the touchline with it. Stays in bounds and then kicked out of bounds. Oh, they're going to say that's Lander ball. I'm not sure about that, but they're going to stick with it. Lander, I was looking right at it. Looked like Craig Hansen kicked it out last. Gets it to Finn Richards, and now it'll go out of bounds off Lander. Under 30 to go. Excuse me, I need a coffee up in here. Number 4, Parker Williams going to throw it in here. It looks like he's got a man that went the wrong way, as Bryce Haslam moved left, and he threw it right. Craig Hansen, a nice little fake move to get Haslam to move, and now Williams heads it, gets into the foot of the big boy there, Colton Brewer. Brewer kicks it back, and now the ball goes deep and long and into the attacking third for Powell. They have a cross pattern moving. They're going to take a shot, and it's stopped up by Callum Wheeler. Nice job by Callum to put his foot out. They are not out of the woods yet, though. Couple pushes here by Lozier, or by Witzke. And, yeah, finally, Witzke's going to get called for that right at the 25-yard line. I see Sawyer Knockhazel getting ready to go in. Lots of brothers and sisters on these Lander teams. You got Silas Wheeler and Callum Wheeler. You got Bear Blackburn and Blue Blackburn. You got Annabelle Knockhazel and Sawyer Knockhazel. I'm sure I'm missing more, as a nice kick goes directly into Cody Elliott's hands. And with the cold, I know he's got a glove on, but with the cold, that hurts. Gets a nice slap on the butt by Callum Wheeler. Good boy, good job. And that ball taken by the wind goes a little bit too far towards the touchline near us. Finn Richards saves it nicely. Gets it up to Beeson. Beeson up to Blackburn, and on the far side now it's in Witzke's control. Witzke gets a kick up to Laird. Colton Laird has to stop and move backwards. Laird has had a couple whiffs. He doesn't mean to. And a nice lead for Finn Richards. No offsides. Richards has to move with the wind. Richards has to stop. And he crosses, and he goes backwards. Silas Wheeler now has it. He goes backwards, and that ball is going to be lucky to go out of bounds. That wind has taken this ball and just done with it. I mean, whatever the wind wants to do, it's doing right now. 27-10 to go. There was 2 opportunities there. Finn Richards didn't get to it in time, and when the ball got some air underneath it, it moved quickly towards the goal, and Finn was running away from the goal, as we're getting a throw-in from right near that corner for Powell. Lander still pushing offense. All of their players are in the middle third or attacking third, as they have an opportunity here if they can get this ball. The wind going to take this, go inside off of the head. Carter Ayers gets it with the chest. Oh, nice steal there by Brewer. Brewer kind of saved Powell there. 26:35 to go. Going to be out of bounds. Last touched Or is it out of bounds, or did they call? They whistled. Oh my goodness, they whistled there. I don't know how many of you get rid of hiccups in your own way, but I like to drink water upside down. It works every time for me. It doesn't work for everybody. My mother always tells me to hold my breath and just keep holding as the kick deep and long goes into Powell territory, but a Powell player heads it out. If you're listening to this, maybe comment in the YouTube section what you do to get rid of hiccups, as I'm going to need it. I don't think I can physically sit down and call a game upside down with water. 25:45 to go. The throw-in goes over the head of the intended target, and now Powell has it. Powell kicks it out to the middle third, where Silas Wheeler corrals it, gets it up to Finn Richards, working against the wind. Finn moves it up to to Bear. Bear stops. Oh, nice move there to keep going with it, though. He gets it off to Finn. Finn going to move with it right. He's going to take a shot, and he's hoping the wind would take it, and it didn't. The wind pushed it a little bit further right. I think he was hoping that it might go. It might stop in the middle of the pitch there. Couple substitutions coming in. Parker Williams, I don't know where he was, but he's coming in for Morgan Hobbs. Oh, that's not Hobbs. I'm sorry. That's Cameron Carpenter. The Powell number is very modern looking, very thin. So the 6s and 5s look very similar. And the wind taking this ball out of the goal box. He's had to reposition it 2-3 times now. It's going to keep going. You see what I'm talking about with the wind. See it keep moving there. He's just going to short pass it over. They're going to keep it in their defensive third, and that was a bad mistake by Powell. Oh, did they keep it in bounds? That didn't look like it was in bounds. Lucky for Powell as it goes, and Craig Hansen, a nice header to stop the ball from moving, and now Chance Franks has it. He moves into the attacking third. He's going to keep moving with it. He's going to take a shot, and Cody Elliott going to just dive on it nicely with 24:10 to go. Keep it up, Cody. And his throw goes too far over the head of Silas Wheeler. Black jerseys surrounding the attacking third for Powell as we move under 24 minutes to go. The ball high enough that Chance Franks ends up getting it. He turns around. He's going to take a cross. Callum Wheeler just slides to keep him from getting anything, and that's going to go out of bounds. I think we're going to get a corner kick here. This is exactly where the Olympico happened earlier in the girls' game because the wind is moving towards the Lander goal. As you can see right by Chance Franks, that flag moving almost to a horizontal line. Frank's going to kick it, and saved nicely by Cody Elliott from doing the exact same thing that happened in the girls' game. It's going to go out of bounds, though. We're just going to get a wash, rinse, repeat here, as Kevin Shields likes to say. The ball is moving and moving, and if it were me, I would put it a few inches in front of where I want to kick it and let the ball move towards me. I know it's harder, it's easier said than done, and the ball going to go too high, too far across the face of the goal. So Lander gets away with a lucky spot there. 2 corner kicks, and neither went in. Callum Wheeler going to take this now. And it goes all the way out of bounds. Again, the wind, you have to play with it. If you're playing against it, you have to try and kick it and hope that the wind doesn't pick it up too much. That's why that was a little bit more of a low drive. But when they're on defense, Lander pinpointing all their passes really well. Now Callum Wheeler steals it in the middle. He gets it off to Bear. Bear couldn't get to it in time. It's stolen away and cleared out by Powell nicely. It's going to go out of bounds, though. And out of bounds out the back of the goal line. So we're going to get a goal kick. Very chilly up here in the press box. I'm sure colder as you're running downstairs. Another thing I ask, if you are watching on YouTube and you have food recommendations, either in Powell or on the way back from Powell, drop them in the link there. I have not been in Powell very often. I was here for a basketball tournament, but we ordered quite a bit of food to the tournament, so I never actually got to know where we were eating or where we were going. I know there's a few Mexican restaurants here. If there's something on the way home that you think is better, you should just leave it in the comments, and I will take your word for it. As Finn Richards runs down this far side, he gets it off to Carter Ayers. Ayers able to get it back to Finn. Finn wasn't looking for it, though, and it goes right past him. Otis Beeson steals it. Has a nice lead for Finn. Finn has a nice cross to Carter Ayers, but it was too far in front. Now Sawyer Knockhazel on that far side playing defense along with Otis Beeson. The ball goes a little bit past Franks, and then Colton Brewer just kicks it right out of bounds. Oh, saved nicely there by 19, Trevon Abraham. First time I've called his name. Carter Ayers loses it, and it's going to go out of bounds. 20, we're approaching the halfway mark here. It's still 0-0. As Finn Richards gets the ball, he kicks it out back to Craig Hansen, who just kicks it high, and that's going to go way out of bounds now. And it's going to go almost into the bleachers. And everyone just watching the ball boy try and get it. Craig Hansen throws it in here to Callum. Callum at the halfway line, back out to Lozier. Lozier almost stolen away by Franks. And then a nice lead by Colton Laird, to Colton Laird, and it ends up getting kicked back into Colton Laird's chest. Thought they might have blown a whistle for a handball, but nothing. And Craig Hansen nicely gets a run on Morgan Hobbs. He's able to get around him. Lander just working in the middle third here as we pass the halfway mark. Back and forth they go. Powell now has it in the attacking third. They're moving, and they get it stuck there as Craig Hansen kicks it far out, and it's going to go too far out for Sawyer Knockhazel. And it's going to be Powell ball. Throwing it in is Bryce Haslam. Haslam, deep ball goes into Lozier's head. And now Brewer going to take a shot. Nice save by Cody Elliott. He took a beating as he landed there. He hit his head, his face right on the grass and pushed it just far enough. It's going to go out of bounds. So we're going to get another corner kick here. 18:53 to go. I'm going to push my camera as far as I can. Can't see anything past that window. So you'll see the inbound here as we might just be able to lean it forward. Not going to break my camera here. 18:35 to go. Taking his sweet time. Looks like Chance Franks. Franks lines it up. Kicks it high, far, way too far. It's going to go out of bounds off that far side touchline. So I don't know if the wind grabbed that or not, but that was definitely not where Chance Franks wanted it to go. And now a long kick by Lander, and that didn't have any chance of staying in bounds. Can't wait to talk to a Lander Tiger and Coach Prinz after this about just what the wind really does. We may not have too long of a post-game show as everyone's going to try and get back before the snow. A couple headers here inside the goal box, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touch by Powell. 17:40 to go. Still 0-0. And the ball nicely down to the middle third to Bear Blackburn. And finally a score, but it's only the girls. It's only the boys' game as Riverton is up 2-0 at half over the Natrona County Bronx. There's a couple Bronx and a couple Phillies. I hope I'm right there. I know Cody has the Bronx and the Phillies. Natrona County, I think, has the Bronx and the Phillies. Jackson Hole has the Bronx and the Phillies, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm asking him for girls' score as the last thing I got was still playing in overtime as the boys of Lander barely get the ball into the middle third. Powell kicks it right back. Now we're stuck in the middle. Silas Wheeler trying to just keep it on his own. He ends up going towards the outside touchline, gets it back out to Lozier. Lozier's kick off of a Powell body. Now Chance Franks has it. Franks moving right. tries to stop. And remember, he had that knee wrapped up earlier. Now he kicks it. The cross was too much for Morgan Hobbs to handle, and that ball going to go deep. And the header by Powell actually goes in Lander's favor. Colton Laird gets to it, and it's going to go out of bounds. Girls game ends 3-3 in Riverton, by the way. So the Riverton Lady Wolverines no longer undefeated per se. They are sitting at 9-0 and one tie. So tomorrow they have a chance to go 10-0, and that goes out the back of the goal line. Finn Richards, a little bit too much on that lead to himself. 15:45 to go in this game. Both teams desperately trying to get this victory. And Callum told Cody Elliott just to take the ball. That was a long kick by the goalie, and let's see what the goalie for Lander can do. His ball goes short, gets headed up by Chance. Now Lozier has it. Lozier heads it out to the center circle, and that's where Carter Ayers almost tips it out, and still Powell ball over on that far side where Steven Stambaugh is. Stambaugh's ball high, almost headed by Callum Wheeler. Instead, it's going to go past, and it's going to go past the defensive line, and boy, Lander got, again, lucky as Cody Elliott ran towards the ball and didn't get the shot put up. It's going to go out of bounds off the back of the goal line. Morgan Hobbs had an opportunity, and I think as he was looking to wind up the kick, that's when Cody Elliott came out, and I think what was going through Morgan Hobbs' head was something along the lines of, if I kick this, it's going to kick the goalie, but if I can hesitate for 2 seconds, I might be able to have an open goal. And he hesitated, but the wind and his lead that he had still took the ball too far. So lucky out there. Chance Frank's going to kick this corner kick again. This time it goes up. It's high. It gets headed off by Callum Wheeler nicely, and it's cleared. And cleared out all the way to Jacob Orr. Oh, he gets his shot kicked back out by Callum. Callum runs over a Powell player, and they're going to whistle. And Callum Wheeler, I mean, he didn't mean to on purpose. Is that number 11? It looks like it. Landon Hernandez, I mean, he just got bum rushed by Callum Wheeler, and that is not the guy you want to get bum rushed by. And, Callum Wheeler actually ends up being the one taking the pain, and Callum Wheeler is down and holding his knee, and that is not good. That is the All-Stater from last year. It's his right knee, it looks like. And clock stoppage at 13:57. We'll take it with him. We'll be right back after this.
High Plains Power is a Touchstone Energy Cooperative. What does that mean for you as a Rural Electric Association member? It all comes down to 7 principles: open membership, one voice, one vote, member benefits, independence, education, cooperation, and community. To understand how it all works, we're headed back in time. In 1879, electricity was in major cities, but rural areas were out of luck. In 1935, President FDR made it possible for companies to build power lines to unserved areas. By the time we hit 1941, some 400 electric co-ops had been organized to serve rural America, just like High Plains Power. For more information, visit highplainspower.org.
The Stock Dock is proud to serve all of Fremont County and surrounding areas. They are dedicated to providing the highest level of veterinarian medicine along with friendly and compassionate service. They service all pets of shapes and sizes between dogs and cows and cats and horses. They treat your animal like it's their own. The Stock Dock.
From one corner of the state to the other, over 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. And to the 18% who don't, we say, let's buckle up for life, Wyoming.
You need an oil change, but you don't have a lot of time. Expressway Lubes on South Federal in Riverton and Highway 789 in Lander provide a fast, professional lube oil and filter change. Expressway Lubes, locally owned and proud to support our local student athletes.
Welcome back. As you can see here, Callum Wheeler being helped off by the athletic trainer. I don't know if it's Powell's athletic trainer or maybe Lander brought their own. I'm sure Powell brought their own. I can't see but he's walking a little gingerly. It's his right knee for sure. He already had a little wrap on his left knee, and seems to be walking okay on it, kind of on his own. He just needs some help. So we're going to get this game back with 13:57 to go. 13:57 to go. As soon as I hear the whistle, I'll start the clock. There it is. Powell going to get it here, as that penalty would be on Lander. Obviously, Callum just ran right into him like a truck running into a T-boning a car. And that's about the force that he actually gave it to the player there, as that was number 11 that hit the dirt, Landon Hernandez. He got up harmlessly. As Lander has it in the middle third, they're just trying to figure out what to do and get it up into the attacking. There's Bear. Bear over to Silas. Silas, a long cross, doesn't go anywhere but into the lap of Powell. And without Callum Wheeler, this defensive line is now working with Otis Beeson, Eric Harms, Witzke, and Sawyer Nakazel. As Chance Franks runs past all of them and kicks the ball towards Elliott. And Elliott stops it with his knee. Great save. Great save. Can't say enough about Cody Elliott replacing Aiden Hayford, who broke his collarbone against this team on Saturday. And Callum Wheeler just testing out his knee a little bit. Meanwhile, Powell's Colton Brewer coming out and Will Jackson coming back in. The ball, as you can see, rolling towards the goal, so he did exactly what I said earlier. He just put it out a couple yards in front of where you need it, and Chance Franks stops it immediately, gets a pass off. Cody Elliott again saving the day. And Cody Elliott, I feel he is making a case for player of the game, as Jacob Orr heads it over to Chance, who heads it. And it goes a little bit too far past Morgan Hobbs, but Morgan Hobbs ends up corralling it, and Craig Hansen, nice little poke out there, and goes out of bounds. So now Hansen behind the defense, and it's going to be kicked out by by Harms, Eric Harms. Hard to tell Harms apart. He's the tallest guy out there. Out of bounds. It's not a corner kick, is it? No, out of bounds. You can't see it, but number 19 throwing it in right from the corner. Goes to Harms again. Silas Wheeler had a chance. Harms kicks it, and it's going to go out of bounds. Last touched by Powell. He kicked it right into the chest of a Powell player. 11:40 to go. And the kick goes directly to Morgan Hobbs. Luckily, Craig Hansen was there. Craig going to move up the touchline. He's going to take a little fall. It's going to go out of bounds. Craig's going to throw this in from right there. The ball goes into the leg of Silas Wheeler, who gets it stolen by Chance Franks. He almost tripped him there. Lozier ends up getting it back from Franks. They need to do something. They cannot just stay in their defensive third. They have to try and get some offense going. As Silas Wheeler here on the bottom, he gets it poked out by number 18, Will Jackson, and Jackson with the lead, and it's too long. We are approaching 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And I'm hearing that the snow starting to get close to Riverton, so I really hope they don't close any roads. I cannot stay in Powell, as I have a 3.5-week-old baby. It needs my love and affection. The ball goes past two players, and it's offsides. Nobody in the Powell bleachers saw the flag go up except for me. Offsides on number 15, Morgan Hobbs. That's why Cody Elliott didn't even try to block it. Momentum still in Powell's favor. Cody Elliott has to keep pushing the ball back. He's going to kick it low. It's going to be picked up by the wind and just get stopped. And Lander just having trouble doing anything past the halfway line as they just kick it out of bounds right there. Callum Wheeler sitting on the bench, putting a jacket on. I don't see him coming back in the game for the last 10 minutes here. That's going to be huge on the defensive line if he cannot be ready by Tuesday's game against Pinedale. And Coach Prenz even said after the interview on Tuesday, he has yet to be able to coach a game with his entire roster. someone's either been injured or out with red card penalties, and it's an issue for the Lander boys. It's one of the reasons they're 1-4 right now. One of those losses coming on Saturday against Powell in a 4-3 game, and that ball going to be stopped, and it's going to be Lander ball at the 40-yard line. Whistle looked like it was on number 16, Cameron Carpenter. 9 minutes to go. Game could very easily end in a tie. That ball, I know you can't see it, just gets stopped right in the air. I know I've said it a couple times, but if you kick it too high, it doesn't matter where you think it's going to go. It's never going to go there, and it gets picked up by the wind and taken right out of bounds. I don't know what we're doing. If I think we're redoing it, as the whistle actually never started the play. So let's try this again, see if he learned anything from this. Ball's actually further back than we thought. This is Otis Beeson taking this long kick. It's typically Callum. Callum Wheeler obviously out for at least the rest of the game with the knee injury. Colton Laird actually gets around it nicely, but he loses it and headed out here now by Lander. Lozier is just going to try and keep it in, gets it off to Sawyer Knockhazel. Knockhazel, bullied up by Parker Williams, is going to go out of bounds. And they're going to say it's Lander ball. Powell fans are not happy. I'm actually talking over a lot of Powell fans that probably would not be allowed on the air. Kicks it into Bear Blackburn. Blackburn's ball just a touch short, and now over to Silas Wheeler. Wheeler to Beeson. This is where Callum Wheeler actually fits so well on this team. He's able to get moments like that where Beeson had two people around him, and that wouldn't happen if Callum Wheeler was out there. And oh no, Sawyer Knockhazel looks to have pulled something, and Cody Elliott is going to stop it, and now we have another substitution going to have to come in here as we have a stopped clock, and that is Knockhazel, I believe. It is. It's his left leg. He just was running and started to pick it up. And I'm not going to speculate, but that is what a torn ACL looks like when you're just running and running and running. Granted, it could also be cramps, could be a hamstring, but I've seen it in football a lot. When you're sprinting and you suddenly just hit that ankle a little weird and you start to pick up your leg, that is what always looks like an ACL. Well, again, we're not going to speculate. We just hope that he's okay. He's being helped off the field. And replacing him is going to be number 9, Tanner Ayers. 7:25 to go in this game. He's being helped off by Sawyer Knockhazel and the athletic trainer here. Still 0-0. Lander working with so many injuries already. You can add Callum Wheeler, arguably their best player, the only all-stater on this team returning from last year. And now Sawyer Knockhazel, a key role player, as Cody Elliott throws it. A nice throw with the wind into Bear Blackburn's legs there. Nicely done. Silas Wheeler over to, I'm going to have to get used to this name, Tanner Ayers, number 9, up to Carter Ayers, who loses it. Suddenly they're tight roping that touchline far side as Stambaugh loses it out of bounds, and then Lander's going to work with it quickly, or at least they want to, but not enough people ready. Silas Wheeler overruns the ball. Now Bear Blackburn kicks it high. Kicked out by Jacob Orr. Tanner Ayers nicely keeps it in the middle third. Silas Wheeler ends up getting it. Wheeler, a couple moves to get around one player over to Bear. Bear Blackburn back to Otis Beeson. And it hit the ref, which typically means that it should be stopped, but instead they're going to keep playing here. Eric Harms is going to kick it almost out of bounds, and now it's going to be Craig Hansen that kicks it out of bounds. And I never started my clock, and I apologize. I thought I clicked it. We're going to get 6 minutes, 12 seconds. We'll start it at 5:56 so I can focus on the game here. Ball kicked into the defending third for Lander. Now Carter Ayers has it in the middle third. 6 minutes exactly to play. And it's going to go into the feet of the goalie. 5:56 as he kicks it out towards the touchline on the far side. And just running past everyone is Stambaugh. And Stambaugh actually ends up losing it to Silas Wheeler. Carter Ayers over there in the middle third. He's going to run and kick it towards Finn Richards. And Richards was waiting for it, and the wind just took it. And that could be the name of this game. The windy game, and the ball goes too far for Morgan Hobson. Morgan Hobbs, I apologize. Cody Elliott. He kicks it deep. Wind kind of died down there for a second, then picked right back up. As Silas Wheeler, right in the middle third, gets it up to Bear Blackburn, and they're going to call that out on Powell. Sawyer Knockhazel walking around on the sideline. But it does not look like he's going to come back in this game. He puts a jacket on and some leg sleeves. So 2 players out. The ball gets kicked out and cleared by Powell, saved by Tanner Ayers. And a high ball there just gets stuck in the air in the wind and up into the chest of Chance Franks, kicked off nicely by Otis Beeson, who gets it right back, gets it up to Bear. Bear didn't have anyone really ready for him. Finn Richards could have, but he wasn't really prepared to jump in the middle of all that. So all the way back down to Tanner Ayers, 4:20 to go. And Hobbs going to kick it out of bounds. Lander waiting on the throw in here. 4 minutes to go. And this game's still tied 0-0. And whoever scores, if they score, is going to be the hero of this game, as it has been a barn burner. Just nothing but attempted shots, most of which were going into the hands of Cody Elliott, as number 16 comes in. Cameron Carpenter. Coming out is number 9, Bryce Haslam. Throwing it in over there is Stambaugh, I believe, right into Chance Franks. I mean, he was perfectly placed there, and Lander hasn't had a moment like that all day. His shot goes up and out of bounds, and they're going to call that a corner kick, as it was last touched by a Lander player as it ricocheted off of his chest, and right here could be that moment I was just talking about. Sadly, Powell going to get a corner kick with 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. And we've talked about it all year long, Lander's corner kicks woes. Kick incoming. Here it is. It's low, and it's past him. And no, it's saved by Cody Elliott. What a save. What a save by Cody Elliott. It looked like it had gone past Beeson, who was blocking him almost like a goalie gets blocked out in hockey. But Cody Elliott not fooled, and he dives on it. Whew, what a save. That could have been a game-saving save by Cody Elliott right there. 2 minutes, 37 seconds to go. Powell again moving into the attacking third and kicked out nicely by Colton Laird, who should be on offense, but he's had to play defense almost this entire half. And, Silas Wheeler could get called for that, and he's going to, as he tried to leapfrog over Will Jackson. So with 2:19 to go, they're going to quickly move this ball. It's Jacob Orr trying to figure out if he can get the ball to stay still. He can't. He's going to kick it high. It's going to go past. It's going to go off of Cody Elliott, and it's going to go out the back of the goal. So with 2 minutes left, we're going to do this all over again. Very close to a goal last time. Under 2 minutes to go now. The Powell fans can be heard cheering. Chance Franks taking this kick in 3, 2, 1. Kicks it high. Kicks it far too high, and the header no good. It's going to go out of bounds. And Lander, if they can just get this out of their defensive third, should leave today with a tie. I believe it is 3A that does not do overtime. I'm unaware of the reasoning why. I just know whenever you read the scores, it says 3A does not do overtime. Long look here for number 19, Trevin Abraham, as he gets it towards the middle of the pitch. Saved by Jacob Orr out there by Finn Richards and the middle third, and stays right here on the edge. Lander, Bear Blackburn saves it, but Chance Franks has it. Gives a nice lead, and it's going to be saved by Tanner Ayers. He could just kick it out. Is he going to? Is it going to be? Oh, it's going to be a goal kick. So out of bounds, last touch by Powell. 50 seconds to go. Cody Elliott has definitely earned a Player of the Game nomination here. headed out there by Finn Richards. Now Carter Ayers runs with it. And, oh, that was close. Nice save there by Craig Hansen. Honestly, that could have been a game-saving stop right there. As we get closer and closer to the end of the game, it's 25 seconds to go. Lander working in the middle third. Silas Wheeler just gets it back out to Beeson. And honestly, at this point, I would play defense. You can try and take a shot on the goal at the last second, but you also give up opportunities here. Carter Ayers takes this. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Silas Wheeler going to have to kick into the wind no matter what. Lander's going to have to try something. It's 2 seconds. It's going to end in a tie. 0-0. No overtime. As far as I'm aware of. I'm going to keep it here, though. As the game ends 0-0. What are we going to do here? We get the refs in the middle with the goalie. Let me see here. We got parents here saying they don't know the overtime rules either. This is the first overtime of my soccer calling career. Should probably be a little bit more in tune with the rules, but so far I just have never seen a need to be in overtime. All of the soccer games we've called have either been blowouts or close games with wins at the end, as we get some fingers pointed one way or another. Let me go ask the athletic director. I will be right back. So, just talked to the athletic director here. And it looks like we're going to have penalty kicks. I think they're going to get Carter Ayers and Otis Beeson. And, boy, these penalty kicks are going to really decide not only who wins the game, but the wind is going to decide who gets the best penalty kick here. And just a lot of talking to the refs here. Carter Ayers, Otis Beeson, two seniors that have captain tags on them. Well-deserved as well. I see Callum Wheeler kind of just mentioning to his teammates about what they need to do. Two players for Lander being represented, one player by Powell being represented. Talking to some parents here. One of the best parts about this job is getting to meet all sorts of people, and have met a lot of nice people from Powell over my time, as I've probably spent more time in and around Powell than I have any other city that's not in Fremont County. And we cover a lot of Fremont County sports, but Powell is seemingly against everyone. I called a football game here against Riverton to begin the season, called the basketball tournaments for teams like Lander, Wyoming Indian, Thermopolis, back when they were up here at the beginning of the season, and then came back up here for another game between Lander and Powell, just a single. Five players for penalty kicks. They're going to alternate kicks. No kicks in after 5. We're not going to go into any extras. So we're going to get some penalty kicks here, and we're going to get with the wind, it looks like. And as soon as we are done with these penalty kicks, we're going home. I mean, it is cold. It's looking like it's going to be snowy where we're coming from. And I know these boys, win or lose, are going to want to get home to their warm beds, as they don't have a game tomorrow either. That is right. We do not have a game for Lander tomorrow. The game against Jackson was scheduled for Wednesday, and it got canceled finally after what felt like years of just waiting. So I see Finn Richards moving towards the goal. I would imagine Carter Ayers takes at least one of these. And here we go. Probably one of the best moments here in soccer, as it's goal or no goal. Finn Richards, hearing the fans. Here he goes, takes it, and it's in the bottom, back right of the net, off the goal. And while these aren't goals, I'm going to keep track here. Lander has one. And now Cody Elliott going to do his best to go up against number 18, Will Jackson. Five shots for each team. And Will Jackson, the junior, sets up for this. Cody Elliott moving his hands around. Left-footed, he's going to take the shot, and it's going to go in. So 1-1. Now we're going to get a kick from Bear Blackburn. Bear Blackburn had the equivalent of a penalty kick against Powell on Saturday. It went wide left, and that is what lost. That's not the only thing that lost that game for Lander, as there was a lot of factors, but that kick definitely would have helped, and it would have tied the game. Here he has an opportunity to redeem himself. He's going to go quickly. It's going to go in, and then the bottom. Nicely done by Bear Blackburn as he kind of does a little dance move on the way out. I like overtime when it's just like this. We're getting fans here as Chance Franks, the star all-stater for this team, just a junior, so Lander's going to have to deal with him next year as well, and they're going to have to deal with him right now as Chance Franks can't get the ball to sit idle. And Cody Elliott, if he can just block one of these, they have a good feeling. And that ball's not going to stay still no matter how much emphasis you put on it. Finally, waits for the wind to die down just a little bit. And here comes the kick. Oh! Cody Elliott blocked it into the right side of the net. And it's 2-2. Penalty kicks are interesting to say the least, as Carter Ayers now makes his way up. I'm sure Callum Wheeler, who has a big right bandage on his right knee, is wishing he could be here. Carter Ayers takes the shot, and it's low, and it's slow, and it's to the left. And so far, every single kick, the goalie for Powell, Holden Cooper, has dove left. I don't know if that's a factor or a trait you can look at as a Lander Tiger, maybe to move right. But now, coming up to kick for Powell is number 7. That's Steven Stambaugh, the senior. Say that 5 times fast. Goal, kick, good. Yes, it is. Could still end in a tie, if we're being completely honest. As now Otis Beeson, the senior defender, coming up to kick this. Otis does not get very many looks at the goal, sitting on the defensive line like he does and in the midfield. And so this is going to be really the opportunity for Powell to get a stop. Kick incoming. And it's good. And the same dance move by each Lander player here, kicking their legs out like it's the cha-cha. Now kicking for Powell, number 4. This is Parker Williams, the junior. 2 more kicks for Powell, 1 more kick for Lander. And the ball is moving, so they're going to have to whistle it off, and it's going to keep doing that with this wind. Here we go again. Taking it, and no, Cody Elliott didn't even know where to go. 4-4. And coming out is Silas Wheeler. Silas Wheeler gets a lot of looks at the goal, I should say. So one of the more experienced kickers here. I hope I don't jinx him, knock on wood. Broadcaster's jinx. Incoming. This is the final kick for Lander. And he goes, and it's stopped. And I did jinx him. And Silas Wheeler gets the first blocked shot. And Silas Wheeler just walks with his head in his hands. He's not happy about that. And now it's up to Morgan Hobbs, the senior, to get the win. And Cody Elliott is ready. Here we go. And Cody Elliott blocks it. So it will end in a tie. 4-4. And I want to make sure, are we getting one more? I don't think so. Oh, we are. Okay. I thought we got 5. Sudden death victory here. So first one to miss is going to lose. I thought we would end in a tie. So sudden death here, and I don't know exactly what the score is going to look like after this. Do we count those penalty kicks? I'm not sure. And the ball continues to move. And it is Craig Hansen up there ready to kick this ball. Here he comes. Takes it. It's good right in the middle. So I'm just going to add it to their total here. 5 have hit the back of the net for Lander. Only 4 have hit the back of the net for Powell. And if Cody Elliott can save this, the Lander Tigers move to 2-4 on the season, and they will split their regular season meetings with Powell 1-1, with both teams getting a win on the other one's home field. And coming out for Powell here is 16. That's Cameron Carpenter. Again, a senior and junior ridden team here in Powell. They have a lot of experience. That's why they're so dangerous. And here's going to be the kick that could send Lander home with a win. And way too low and way too slow. Almost like a changeup in baseball. You just don't know what's going to happen. And they're just moving down the line here for Lander players. This is going to be, I believe this is Lozier. Yes, it is. Lozier incoming. So Lozier, who never gets opportunities at the goal, getting an opportunity now. Ball moving because of the wind, so we have to keep repositioning it here. And Lozier going to take this shot. He's going to go left. He's going to go high. And that is what happens when you don't get many looks at the goal. Lozier's shot way too high. And now with the chance to win everything is number 5, Logan Jensen, the senior. Cody Elliott has already blocked one. Does he have another one in him? And he does. And that's game. And that's Powell winning 1-0 as they crowd the champion of the penalty kicks there. And after nearly 2 hours of playing, it is going to be a final score of Powell 1, Lander 0. After 6 penalty kicks, it is Lander going home with back-to-back losses against Powell, and the Lander team having a rough go of it right now. I'm going to send it to some commercials and go get one player to see if we can talk to him before we all go home.
Your car or truck is an investment. When it needs repairs, you need someone you can trust to do the job right. Take it to Gunners Automotive. They repair all makes and models of cars and trucks, from oil changes to brakes, tires, and more. Gunners Automotive, 856-2288.
Riverton Vision Center offers comprehensive eye health exams, highly trained staff, and a large selection of fashion eyewear and sunglasses. Dr. Ballard, Dr. Hinkle, and Dr. Frazier offer over 70 years of experience. Call Riverton Vision Center at 856-9451 to schedule an appointment today.
Is your resolution this year to be healthier? You may have made a commitment to improve your physical health, but don't forget about your financial health. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union is listed as one of the healthiest credit unions in the U.S., and we are the healthiest credit union in Wyoming, according to depositaccounts.com. Don't risk having your accounts anywhere else. Become a member today and accomplish your first resolution by becoming healthier. Financially speaking, that is. Federally insured by NCUA. Open your eyes to a credit union. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union.
If you're tired of paying ridiculously high gas prices, there is a solution that can save you a bunch of money. In fact, it won't cost you a cent. How do you do that? Take the Blue Bus. WRTA bus lines will get you around the county for free. That's right, free, no charge. It doesn't get cheaper than free. Go to WRTAbuslines.com and download the schedule, or look for a schedule in the Ranger, Lander Journal, or Wind River News. WRTA Bus Lines, proud to serve Fremont County.
Natural Health Solutions offers treatments for a variety of conditions, along with nutritional counseling, chiropractic, acupuncture, and more. Treatment plans designed individually to optimize your health. Call for an appointment, 856-8181 today.
It's more than clocking in or collecting a paycheck. We are a network of caring professionals who want to be here, dedicated to serving our communities. We are Sage West Healthcare, our two campus hospitals in Riverton and Lander. We take pride in our region, our people, and our communities. Located in beautiful central Wyoming, filled with natural recreation in our own backyard. We are neighbors caring for neighbors, a community caring for its own. We are Sage West. We are recruiting the best, like you.
If your vehicle needs repair, you can depend on the crew at Extra Care Auto Repair. They can repair almost anything with wheels, gas, diesel, domestic, or import, and their work is top quality and reliable. Extra Care Auto Repair on North Federal in Riverton.
At some point, everyone is a pedestrian.
When you're driving, yield to pedestrians. Wear light clothing. Walk on a pathway instead of the road.
Look out for pedestrians.
Avoid distractions like your phone.
Look out for pedestrians, they're everywhere. We are the Wyoming and Lady Chiefs. We need you in our stand.
Welcome back to Powell Panther Stadium. The final score is Powell 1 and Lander 0. Sorry. As I ran all the way up here, I'm just out of breath, and I'm sitting here with our Papa Murphy's player of the game, goalkeeper Cody Elliott. He's a senior who posted a shutout and had to block 6 goals in a row, give or take. How many times have you had to do that in your career?
Oh, I don't know. Last year playing Powell, I did get player of the game as well, and these Powell guys, they're tough. I think it benefits me a lot being able to get that many shots in one game. And I just can't help to thank my team for always being there when stuff gets kind of hard. And it was an example of today.
Yeah, and, not only did you have to keep blocking kicks, I think I counted down about 15 saves, give or take. But you had to do it with the wind. I mean, just whipping the ball around in the air. How much harder did the wind make it today? Even though you did post a shutout, how much harder was it during the day?
Yeah, during the first half, I found it was actually a lot harder than the second because the wind was coming towards my face. And when that ball got in the air, you couldn't really decide where it was going. In that second half, it kind of just showed that, like, even with the weather and all that, the commitment from both teams is just amazing.
Yeah, this was a great game, and, Coach Prince said it best after your 4-3 loss to Powell on Saturday. You guys are this close. You keep coming this close, one goal away or one save away from winning a lot of games. What's it going to take? I know today was kind of a crapshoot with the amount of penalty kicks that we had to do at the end of the game, but what's it going to take for Lander to get over that hump, that 1-point hump?
So we've been working a lot at practice, especially hard at practice, on getting those shots in. I think that's where we struggle at, is getting shots on goal. We are getting possession and being able to drive it down the field. I just don't feel like we are able to get those shots off accurately and enough to get them in.
Well, and especially on such a windy day today, there's no such thing as accuracy. You got to, I saw it a million times. You kick it up and the ball just sits there in the air and it comes back, and it's very hard to do that. I know you didn't start the season as a starter. I remember calling you last year. Aiden Hayford with the broken collarbone. I don't know how long he's going to be out, but how comfortable do you really feel with this team as a senior? You got new leadership on the sidelines, but you have a lot of the same faces. What's this year like compared to the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's great playing with all these faces that I've been playing with most of my life, and this is probably the last year I'll be playing with them. And it's just great to be able to play with people that have such passion for a sport that really just shows that, there are, I don't know how to say this, but people, when they try a certain amount, they don't tend to see they don't really tend to see the benefits or what's going on around them when they're trying so hard. They're focusing on one thing and one thing only. And with soccer, I think it's just great that as a team, when we're focusing on, let's say, getting to state or wherever we plan on going, we just have to look up for each other and find that our teammates are the ones that are going to help us get there and push through it.
Well, hey, I did see a couple injuries. You guys have been injured all season long, so I hope that those feel better. I know that you guys will be in Pinedale next Tuesday, but I appreciate you coming up here. Looks like your coach is picking up your bags. He wants to get on the road. So do I. It's about to start snowing where we're from, so we need to beat that. Yep. So I'm going to give you your free Papa Murphy's coupon. You earned it, man. A shutout for the entire first 85 minutes. That penalty. Have you ever been through penalty kicks that many at least before?
Ooh, I don't know. This was definitely for back-to-back penalty kicks is definitely the most I've encountered. But last year and the year before that at state, we tend to see Warland and some of the other harder teams. They had a lot of penalty kicks on me, and I think just with all that experience, it kind of helps. It didn't really pull off the win, but me and the other keeper down there did very well.
Yes, both you guys did. So I gave you your Papa Murphy's player of the game, and I'll give you a Gatorade to give to let's give it to Otis Beeson. He played some strong defense today, and if Callum Wheeler didn't get injured, it probably would go to Callum. But make sure that gets into Otis's hands, and we'll see you out in Lander, okay?
Appreciate it.
Have a good rest of your day. Get home safe. And we were going to make a quick post-game show here. It's all you. You're ready to go. You're good. Your coach is waiting for you down there. Yeah, I don't want you to make Coach mad. You know how that goes. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you. We're going to have a quick finale here as we saw 4 for 5 on both teams for the penalty kicks, and then that final sudden death overtime. Sudden death went to Lozier. Lozier missed it, and it ended up being number 5, I believe, was the number, Logan Jensen maybe. There's so many numbers that I can't remember which ones were which. So this is a sad loss. It's a quick loss, too. It considered, we all thought it was going to be a tie. Even the fans of Powell out here thought it was going to be a tie. And the next thing you know, the extra penalty kicks lead to a 1-0 win for Powell. And with that, I want to thank WYDOT for sponsoring our post-game show, as always. Remember, only 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. Let's try and make that 100. And if you're driving like me towards Fremont County, where there's supposed to be some snow, just remember, ice and snow, take it slow. There's no reason to drive fast unless you want to go to the hospital. So be careful out there, and we will see you later. Hopefully, we will make it to Pinedale on Tuesday. And if not, you can find out whether or not we're going to on WyoToday's YouTube page, and keep your ears peeled on any of our Wind River radio networks for sports update every hour on the hour, Monday through Sunday. And that'll be with me, Shawn O'Brate. You can hear my voice every hour on the hour, and we will let you know if and when we will make it to Pinedale next Tuesday. I've been Shawn O'Brate. It's been a pleasure calling 2 games, even though they both have been losses, and we will talk to you later.